Hooray!
Hooray!
It begins.
Rain
Yes,
time.
it does.
It's like
Hello. First,
rain.
I have a two-step process, listeners. Welcome to Rain. Shit, I think this is 58.
Yes.
My two-step process. First of all, I will remember to thank patrons. I didn't remember to do that at the start last time, so I had to cut it in at the end. But before we even do that, I have to warn you, listeners, beloved, beautiful listeners, this is going to be a very special episode.
Oh no.
Dallas is very explicitly sick, and a few of the others have been having some stuff going on. So we're gonna have an interesting time. But also, thank you to our patrons who help support the show, like Adam Darp, Lucas G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Jedi has a Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Sharvor, and Varen the Crow. All right, welcome to. I don't know if we can call it macro time because we have a lot of interpersonal scenes to handle, but definitely weekly time. Because it's like, you guys are like a week into Spring 3, I think, between your like round trips and like unpacking all your shit. Dallas coughed. It's fine.
He's dying. It's okay. He'll get better.
Nicola takes several days off. So like, you guys have like 3 whole weeks to just do whatever in any particular order. So we'll start figuring it out. First of all, a couple of things that I want to remember from last time that got a little pushed back. Technically, I have a lead-in question I got to ask. Did I actually have Leslok roll Language Mirror to translate?
I don't remember.
I don't recall. I think
Pretty sure you did.
I know I had a master
I mean, I'm
die.
pretty sure he has a master die, so if I ask him to roll, I'm pretty sure he can make a set. But I don't remember if I asked for a roll.
Oh god,
it's
it's gonna be so much scrolling, dude. I'm sorry.
No. We don't label our rolls either. If we think he did, that's okay. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he can make the set if I ask him to roll again anyway.
The pool would
If you want to roll again to put it out of your mind, go for it. But the actual roll then that I need is, whether he took it with him on vacation or you throw it at him when he comes back. I then need Nicola to roll his coordination plus anima pool to try and figure out if he understands any sorceress knowledge from these texts you have translated.
Like that's a.
Yeah, I know, but like I said, I don't know if he took it with him on the vacation.
Oh no, I took this with me on vacation.
Okay,
he's on vacation.
I'm going to be doing
he's
this.
still doing work.
Well, this is personal.
No,
this
is
the true House of Logi curse.
No, this is for this is
vacation.
pleasure. No.
Listen,
Unfortunately,
house
you're
of
not
intellectual
gonna,
pursuit. I think we're like the only house where intellectual pursuits is seen as our pastime.
You're not going to get these results back before I get done with my vacation. So
I'm okay with that.
what is it? Coordination.
I have my own things to research by then. Hopefully,
Joke's on you.
No.
He'll scry where the results are and come to get them.
There is not a D19.
just yeah.
Fun fact, that you can't do. You can scribe people pretty good, and you can scribe locations. I don't think you can specifically scry Nicola's notes.
The results.
I'm gonna say this. 3 days after Nicolas' vacation, I'm gonna scry him just to see what the fuck he's doing, just so he's not doing something
He's in a
horribly
sauna.
stupid.
I think he's in a sauna. He got trip 7s though.
Yeah.
He's just chilling. He's relaxing.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
I literally told you I'm in a bath being served a mixed drink by my water homunculus.
That is pretty baller. Okay, so basically what Nicola can suss out of this is I will allow you to crystallize our second secret sorcery. So you've already heard me refer to it. I don't think anybody's really fought on the name anyway. Prima Aqua means the first water or kind of the prime water. Basically, anima, because that is the word, that means breath or wind, would have started as both the sorcery of wind and wave. And the wave part would technically have been the primary. But as I think mostly discussed off mic, but I've discussed this with you guys that because wind witches, don't live in water. They primarily use the wind part because humans breathe a lot.
Anima
And
is
so the
technically
breath part comes out.
Anima is technically sea magic, but people think that it's, I guess, aeromancy when it's also hydromancy.
Yeah, it's wind and wave linked too. So the merfolk have an understanding that is fundamentally along the same principles as anima. Nicola does have points in anima. He has learned a couple of anima spells, so he understands the kind of the principles of stuff like breath control, breath release, currents flow, that kind of thing. So you can apply that to water. There are a couple of spells in normal wind witchery that are applied to water that they understand, but Mer primarily use the water aspect, and that is some of the things that is in several of these tablets that are described. So the wave riders of the Prima Aqua, kind of the opposite of Wind Witch there, can understand a handful of different stuff. You can't rebuild the whole thing ever, but basically Prima Aqua should be the sorcery that governs anything that is related to being in, near, or underwater, especially large bodies of water. Lakes and seas are best, but anywhere water could be considered to be flowing, which can include forms of precipitation and even in the body. That might be blood magic, so watch out for that one.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a second.
But also comes with a caveat that despite the fact that, especially to Nicola, as an alchemist, you understand that technically ice is just part of the fact that water is a, mysterious element that can change form. The form of Prima Aqua does not govern ice. Ice, glaciers, etc., snow are like close to waters, but do not flow. So that is a different deity's domain that you do not have power over.
And is assumedly dead.
Yes. But because you are plumbing the rituals of the Mer, there are probably a couple of spells in there. Let me double check which ones would be funny to throw in this one. I'll tack a couple to our the secret tab of our non-secret document.
Megan, this is like a weird thought I had, but are technically some of the soulcraft sorcerers we have, would they be technically secret to people if they weren't in Teine? Considering like we're actually like close to the Iron Demons and like know like a lot of their spells they at least shared.
I mean, probably, but you are geographically close, so I don't think the Iron Demons hide too much that is possible with soulcraft. They, I'm sure, have their own deeper mysteries. Because I'm just... This one's not attunement? Yes. And what Nicola would discover and returns with is that there is a little bit of a sub-theme. Some of these spells are also divinatory in nature. I've listed a few for you. Ritual cleansing is super simple. Like I said, Nicola will probably like understand that like ritual cleansing and be like, wait a minute, this is a spell.
I thought this was normal.
He probably has to reread that like 3 times to get that they're technically doing magic. But also, I've added blood and water and future flows like water.
I'm actually a bit stunned by thinking about how many things you just have in secret. It'd be like, how many? Do you have like just 50 other spells sitting around? Maybe not 50, but like
probably like between all the different disciplines. Yes, they're not supposed to all like pop up all at once.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you have discovered yet more secrets.
Secrets.
Contra living. But yes, that is what Nicola returns to the crew with. You may think about that however you like. because my next major point that was kind of pushed off was that one of Leslok's goals, pretty immediately after taking a break ski, is to sit down and have conversations with several people about stuff.
Yes.
Primarily NPCs. Well, where do you want to start a conversation?
Let's see. I have a briefing I need to retcon in for just when we did the mail earlier.
Yes.
I need to mail the dragon coin to Narissa with, like, a letter explaining how it works.
Yeah. You can include that in your letter.
That just that out of the way.
I? No, I don't think it. You'll get a reply back from her later that probably won't have a line about it because I wouldn't have wrote that, but it probably would have been like a sentence about like, by the way, thank you for this. This is super cool, but also, she understands how it works because you told it to her, but also, unless you're using it, it's just kind of a coin.
Yeah, it's just. All right,
but
so,
yes.
I guess we should probably just do the conversation with Mother and Lady Dame Blanche probably first, and want to do the training montage.
Well, you're assuming there's a training montage. That I don't know about.
That's fair.
I don't know if it's a montage. Like I said, I got a response. I have a more not written out, but I have a more formal response to your comments to the Iron Demons about what they want to do about Summer Court. But okay. I believed that your discussion with either your mother or Dame Blanche or both was supposed to be first on your list of things.
Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, it's not like it's hard for you to arrange some time to speak with your mother.
No, I'm probably going to have afternoon tea at Farfield Manor.
It is a good one. All right. Sorry, we're having an aside. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I have a decent amount of things I can say, but what are you bringing up first? My notes.
It was a. Leslok wanted to talk, at least just about. Now that we know each other to some degree, he never actually got a chance to actually know them. Like,
oh my!
No paying attention to him. Keep going.
Okay. It boils down to he just wanted to like know some of their history and like what got them to here, because it's like he knows them as very like capable people that he just doesn't feel like he feels like he doesn't know enough as he should.
Well, that you said that in the plural. That's probably a question best suited for your mother, because Dame Blanche would remind you that she's told you her entire backstory.
That's an axe. Yeah, that's an axe from. Okay. Yeah.
She used to be a fairy knight. She lived in the lands of Fae. She fell in love with a mortal. Then that guy died, and so she hid herself away forever.
She's very sad.
Right.
Yes. No,
and
that is
later.
it.
You're right. Yes.
I mean, I could see Leslok leading in a conversation that you want more than that. But yes, that is the extent of the backstory there.
That's fair. It was, like I said, it was a conversation toward. Okay, I'm winding up now, my brain. It was a conversation toward his mother about like learning about her actual history, because he doesn't actually know her side of the story because he was told it by other people. He's never actually got how her life was up until like now to this point. And he actually wanted to know what it was like being on the other side, because he's only ever seen it. He's never actually lived there for multiple times or just been part of like that world.
Oh, you also want to ask Dame Blanche. Sorry, I don't know if you're intentionally doing this, Axe. I'm having a really hard time following who you're talking to, because you like switch whether you're talking to your mother, who's a normal human woman, and a fairy.
Are you right?
Do you have a conversation with them one at a time?
My brain kept imaging like they're both at the same table while we're doing this, so like I guess that's why I was like shifting.
Dallas has infected me digitally.
Okay.
What the fuck?
I don't know if there's a chewing sound. I don't hear it. Anyway, okay, all right. So you want to ask Cressida her side of the story, basically. Separately,
Yes.
also, you want to ask Dame Blanche about the other side.
Yes.
Okay, we can do this.
I did not expect the flounder. This is hard, but I'm just gonna keep going.
It's fine. I wish I could remember it. I thought we had some. I was gonna say texted. That's not quite. Quite.
God, I'm like,
You really do get terrible as age goes on. Okay. Deep breath. I thought we may have typed out some direction for this
maybe.
conversation earlier, but like I was gonna phrase it as texted, but that's not quite correct either.
We talked it out a bit, I guess.
But I mean, I hear Dallas, dying and occasionally blowing his nose in the background, not into the microphone, thank God. Anyway, I'll let Loth melt down over there. B and Axe are having a separate meltdown. Okay.
I'm like, never. I shouldn't say this.
Ratchet
I'm
my
like,
brain
never.
back
I
on.
should say it. Never mind.
Somehow I'm doing the best out of y'all. How that
You
work?
just have rolled dice. You're not doing anything.
Aaron's done the best
to
of us
see-
here. He
I
hasn't
like to
said
see
it.
you call a conversation. Okay.
I've done this to myself.
Let me double check. Did I ever? I probably need to because you guys are planning on going to the cauldron sometime. Damn.
Sorry about that one.
Yeah, that's your paternal grandfather. So I'm double checking. I don't think I actually have. I should. But I don't actually have that. So, yeah. I mean,
Save for another time. Then
well, I mean, you asked, so like Cressida, basically, her life story is, you do know it already, like you said. Other people have told you. She can relate it to you. Let's see, you're fucking what, 19, 20 right now? How old is your character?
I think it's only 19 because
No.
because he'll
And
be
of course, my
20
notes are
when
in the
it's
middle of nowhere.
he'll be 20 when it's the month of Itter.
Yeah, so we subtract a little math. Which is that, assuming I've adjusted my ages correctly on my notes side and not the Dramatis side, you were born when Cressida was about 20. So you've sorry, phrasing it as you've been there for most of it is not quite correct, but
I'm there for half of it.
a majority of her life has been since you have been born. Well, not literal majority, but don't fight me, okay?
You're fighting yourself. What are you
I'm
talking
improvising a little. I'm improvising a little.
It's fine. I've dropped the bucket of clown makeup on both of us by accident.
Yeah, you hit us with the old bucket of water trick.
But it's clown makeup.
Wow, Dallas is a buzzsaw.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You're adding moments of levity. It gives me a beat to breathe. Unlike Dallas, but no. I think based on my math of the characters, like I said, normally I would write all this down better in a phrase that I would ask, but technically this is slightly differently phrased than how you originally pitched this conversation to me.
Then I have. You know what? My bad.
No, it's fair. It's fair. Like I said, we didn't narrow it all the way down.
I've been in like
let
8
everybody
pitch
know,
meetings since then.
when this was phrased previously, I was aiming for you wanted to ask your mother about like the history of her people.
No, you're right.
So that I have a lot more of, and like I said, we could fork into that later. But I want to double check.
That makes way more sense, actually. What am I
That
doing?
I think the age range primarily, because we can work backwards. Is that let's see? I think the key thing here is I got to double check how old Moira is because the time span for how long Logi could be doing beeswax is.
No, the point was I was going to ask them both.
37.
It was going to be at the same table where I was literally asking them about the history of their people from like the perspective of how like they're both tied to me through the sake of like veiling and like specific like cultural layers. So that was the plan. Fuck.
Yeah, so you're gonna format it as a veil thing. I do want to say, for the sake of clarifying the timeline, because I did, I was crunching the math, that your mother set out from the cauldron when she was probably around, 17 or 18. And spent, a couple of years with Leofric cramming it in, which, by the way, is not a whole huge length of time, all things considered. I think Leofric's adventuring career was probably around like 3 years tops to account for like all the math of the different character ages. The main thing is that just means that, young Moira caught into this situation when she was also about 16 or 17. Which is, like I said, why I had to do the math, because if I make it too many years, then it's going to be like Moira joined this crew at like 15 and was already kicking ass. It's more embarrassing for Conti that way. But to kind of walk back in reverse order, she comes from the Cressida, comes from the clan of the Crescent Moon. That is supposed to be what her name is a reference to. They are, from Ultonia, which is one of the Pentarchs, 1/5 of the Cauldron Land. And she would kind of say that to explain the history of her people, she would need to explain the history of the Cauldron. Sorry, I'm giving some extra sauce to something in general chat. I think our starboard bot is asleep. But yes, to roll back. So, Cressida explains to you, Leslok. I'm using the third person here because I don't think I can roll this back and get Cressida's character voice and be vaguely
no, it's fine. Just roll build at me.
Yeah. But she explains that this is not literally the story that she was taught, passed from mother to daughter, father to son. This is some of her own construction. Like, since she's spent about, approximately 19 years, actually a little longer, more like 21, 22, but you know what I mean. She spent over 2 decades, we'll put it that way,
2 decades.
with the Crownish. So she's got a slightly, colored opinion based on what you guys know, what she knows, and before. But the story, as the way the tribes, the clans of the Cauldron tell it themselves, is that there was a time long, long ago.
In a galaxy far, far away.
No, right here.
But how do we know we are not in the galaxy? No.
We're not doing. We're not zooming out.
Move.
We're not zooming out.
Not yet. We'll save that for the campaign 3, Reign in Space. But
The
once
entire company is a planet.
the world was young and wild, there were no seas or rivers to divide. Everything was a forest of stone trees, flowers glittered like gemstones. There were no stars in the sky, just the ever-present light of the sun and moon, and the stain of every color of the rainbow formed the clouds in between. Everything was all seasons all at once.
Chaos.
Yes, basically. Cressida says that while this world was beautiful in its own way, it was not how the great spirits, of which, again, she, as an aside, editorializes to Leslok that she is fairly certain that the Cauldron folk mean the thrones by that. But they wish to make all things, orderly because nothing in this new realm made sense. It obeyed no laws of its own, not even those of its makers. The mother beneath the earth or the sun or the sky. So to tame this world, the great spirits created more spirits. And when that was not enough, they raised things like tiny spirits to shape and order things. It's spirits all the way down.
It's a pyramid scheme.
Possibly.
But
if it's a pyramid scheme so that you're not experiencing nothing but permanent a day-night with constant rainbow clouds and it's all 4 seasons all at once, isn't that worth investing in? Just go all, Lovecrafty out here. Nicola just explodes into a cloud of primordial chaos.
back to the essential salt.
But no, the creation of man myth from the Cauldron folk follows roughly the one you understand in the Crownish. The first men were born when the blood of the heavens was mixed with the clay of the earth. They were baked in the light of the sun. The first among them, who was said to be the greatest with wisdom, courage, justice, and spirit, was known as the Weaver. The spirits heaped upon him 10 crowns, and he sought teaching all of his people, all of the fellow man, how to live in the one garden which rose above the sea of stone trees. This is, again, kind of like some stuff as an aside. We've mentioned that the first men were supposed to have risen in the Hevelon, the sacred island amongst the apple trees sort of a thing. But, the one garden rose above the stone trees to become the overland, an island amongst the ocean. But the world was vast, so one day the Weaver pointed with each of his fingers in 10 different directions and told 10 different families to wander forth and explore the world, to see what the spirits had made, and if there were other things like men, and just see whatever else there was to see. And so the first men left the place where they were born and explored over the sea. But some said, "O Weaver, O first king, your 10 toes still touch this land we love, and the shadow of your crowns is overhead, so we shall remain." So the remaining families became the followers of the Weaver. The boys are having fun in the background.
They are.
But this, kind of explains a pretty, classic question. There's a lot of conversation about, the first men and so on and so forth. And it's like, well, according to the Cauldron, there was the Weaver, the first king of guys, and he, splits everybody up. When the time came, the Weaver passed on. Death comes to everybody. But those who followed him didn't want him to simply just pass into the stone forest below. They didn't want to just remember his name for each generation, as is the way of the Cauldron folk normally. You never truly die so long as your name is remembered, sort of a thing. They wanted to place him among the heavens, so they heaped upon him a mighty tomb, a great temple that they turned into a tower.
Oh.
Placing every stone they could find until they reached the very vault of the world. And then they put a big fire on this tower and placed the Weaver next to the sun and the moon. This tower was supposed to be so great that it was visible to the entire world, so a representative of each of the 10 tribes returned to pay their respects to the Weaver, who had granted them some of his wisdom, courage, intellect, and fortitude. They collected all the wealth and the knowledge and the power and the faith of their 10 human kingdoms and heaped it upon the temple at the feet to go with the Weaver into the heavens. What you're gathering is that the Weaver was pretty cool and they liked him a lot. But then, darkness entered the hearts of men.
That's what to do.
You know, the spirits had divided the world into 13 kingdoms to suit themselves, and from each of their powers, a priest had emerged. Oh, Dallas thinks this is so tragic. He had to blow his nose. He's crying already. But the realms of the first men, wanted to place their founder into heaven itself. You know, they had worked that far. Each of the tribes thought they had earned their lands and kingdoms, and they didn't want just, the effect of venerating the Weaver to raise the kiln or cauldrons of the ancients to land. Had they not obeyed his commands to journey forth? So the first men warred among themselves, fighting the 10 tribes who were left and the 10 tribes who remained. As this war waged on, the tribes who had uncovered each of the wise men's crowns thought to use them against each other. And so they gathered together many forces, spirits of land, sky, sea, night, iron, desert sand, winter snow, wood, stone, and strife gathered to them. And the world was even more divided. Eventually, this whole big war stuff changed. At first, the first men were basically warring to see who would receive the blessings of the Weaver who'd been taken up to heaven, first touched by the sun's light and the moon's smile, and who would inherit his 10 crowns. But the leaders of these tribes' hearts changed as they got older and their own deaths approached. They thought, why should only the wise men, the first among them, enter into heaven? If the temple tower of the 10 tribes could reach the sky, could they not do the same by ascending the tower? Rather than take by force, they schemed. 13 elders came together to represent all the kindred of men. They ascended the tower by night to swear to end the conflict, but it was a deception. Somebody post lies deception.
Wait, no, I got a better one.
Instead, the 13 elders used their combined wisdom, courage, and fortitude to attempt to open the way and seize the heavens by force. The heavens did not like this. As Cressida basically recounts to you what you would think of as the trigger for the calamities. From the heavens came such wrath that the world has never known. Flames, illusions, devils, monsters, floods, earthquakes, storms, famines, poisons, summer heat, and winter chill. I think that's all 13. I do also have an and more, but, it was bad. The 13 elders fell, the tower fell with them, crashing into the land, and then the land crashed into the sea. All of the world was broken asunder. Spirits walked the land such as they hadn't done in a time before the Weaver, and the world was separated even more. But in the Kilnlands and the shattered ruins of the towers, 7 elders kept the faith and prayed for the wise men's interception. When the fury of the spirits had passed, the cauldron was shattered, but men had survived. So they built a system of remembering. They would tell this story again and again. They would remember this sin and never forget that man should not astride the heavens or seize the crowns. The names of their ancestors must be remembered, or the great wrath will come again. But also, because the times were so harsh, even the 7 that stayed must divide and weave anew. So they set forth and spread out. And each made their own claims of the remaining land. For if one clan held too much, it could be too great a sin. So they end up competing just as their forebears did, because there is no wise man to guide all men. Yeah, a little bit of a sundering. We got some 7s, we got some 13s. And again, like I said, Cressida has kind of reconstructed this story from the Crownish perspective. It is of her opinion that this is basically the Cauldron folks' kind of institutional memory of the calamity.
Yeah, because I was wondering if... I forget if the script actually has... I can't remember the exact name of the actual, It was like
one of the books of the Septascript talks about the calamity.
Septascript. Yeah,
Does it say
I just remember they actually said. I just remember they actually said the actual inciting things that caused it. I don't remember that part.
Wasn't it the moon lady dying?
Septascript.
I thought it was the moon lady dying. I could swear.
There's something happened, but it might not be clear. But also, I'm posting this. You can't stop me.
Right in my
Really?
untapped
Right in front of
mana.
my untapped mana. The Book of Names talks about the first men in the kindred, and then it ends with the hubris of the first men by attempting to seize the thrones of divinity by force, and that causes the Age of Calamity. That's kind of like what Cressida said, but you're realizing that the Septascript leads out that, at least according to the Cauldron folk, there was a whole, like, basically World War heaven.
There was like a culture war, and I assume there was probably a few other things of conflicting ideas when the Crownish met those of the Cauldron and so on.
Yeah, there's probably some sort of like back and forth on the things, but basically, to summarize for Leslok and the people in the back, because I'm sure he'll write this down later. The claim of the Cauldron folk is that the first man, which again is in the Septascript as Melkir. He's not the Weaver is not named in the Cauldron story. The Wiseman. But basically, he was pretty cool. He was a pretty cool guy. He was the bestest human at everything to ever human. And then he died. And he left his 10 gifts behind. What the fuck a crown is, you don't know. But there's 10 of them.
Could be a metaphor.
Could be a metaphor. God knows. But basically, the remaining loyal 10 tribes built a tomb / stairway into heaven. Nope, no stairway.
Damn it.
Don't. Which,
I
at least,
can feel it
according
from
to
the
them,
gasp.
metaphorically at least worked. They placed the wise men in the heavens next to the sun and the moon. But then all the rest of the humans, the other 10 tribes who left, came back, or at least their representatives did, and were like, hey, this tomb is pretty cool. Here's all the cool stuff he told us to find. Oh, what's that? Only you guys are going to benefit from the enduring protection and wisdom of living under his giant tomb tower? Oh, man, that doesn't sound right. Wait a minute.
That sounds like you didn't consider all the work we did out of pure favor.
Yeah, we explored the whole ass world, man. And then it turned into, the classic mortality problem, which was like, wait a minute. If they put the wise men in heaven, why not Grug go to heaven?
Fuck you, Grug.
Oh no, Grug's hubris.
I could see like a very way less like fantastical version of this story way back then.
Honestly, it was probably way less fantastical and very much more human, but, history has a way of making things sound more mythological.
Gotta attack heaven. The ICBM's up there.
I'll say this. And Cressida would tell you this. While there are ruins at the center of the cauldron, she's never seen anything in the middle of the ocean that looks like it could be a giant tower that reaches all the way to the vaults of heaven.
I mean, if it's something
You haven't seen a tower all the way to the vaults of heaven.
I mean, just like I wouldn't say this like, but like sorcerously and scientifically, what it would take to destroy the tower and leave that big of a crater probably would just I guess destroy it from existence. That's probably the term for it.
That is a fair assumption. Also, that's true. If there was a tower, like if the cauldron was like ground zero for all 13 calamities, and they were all aimed like down that tower like a funnel, that might explain why there wouldn't be a tower there anymore. Bits of that tower are probably in the equivalent of the Mundi equivalent of Siberia now.
There might be pieces of it. But
It'd be like the Chicxulub impact, where there's a fine layer of tower dust at this exact location in every single piece of geological strata on Earth. Which, if you don't know, by the way, there's an intense iridium layer at the KT boundary exactly where the dinosaur-killing meteor hit. That's how big that fucking rock was.
Yeah.
Big five.
But, so, as a further aside, Cressida kind of then talks about how her people, the Clan of Crescent Moon, the way they tell their story is that They claim their ancestry from one of the 7 who stayed, so which means they were one of the original 10 toes. To the Cauldron folk, they do not call it the Age of Calamity. They call it the Age of Wrath.
I mean, entirely valid.
Look,
But during
all
the
I'm
Age of
saying-
Wrath, their
all-
oldest,
all
most
I'm
sacred ancestor. Good.
All I'm gonna say is, it never works out building a big tower to go to heaven. It literally never goes well.
It has, in fact, never worked. But according to their personal lore, their most sacred ancestor was a priest and a shaman of the moon spirit who was one of those betrayed and killed by the 13 elders, whose sacred night they disrupted with their schemes. So the next ancestor, the first actual head of the clan, took the name and the symbol of the crescent moon. His name, if you're practicing your ye old ancestor veneration, because technically, like Cressida would say, strictly speaking, it would take her a few hours to do it, but she can do her whole family line back to this guy.
Cool. That
because you are kin of the current clan head of the Crescent Moon.
yeah.
Again, I don't have names for him right now, but Cressida has a couple of elder brothers. I believe it was they who got poisoned, which is why she started, wandering the world.
It wasn't going well.
They thought they got discount Crownish whiskey. They instead got wood alcohol.
That's way more bleak than I thought that'd be.
Well, they're still alive, but it sucks. And the Cauldron folk are not happy about it. They were very, very fucking ill, though. So your clan swore a blood feud.
Yeah.
And it took Cressida a long time to track down those smugglers. But no, his name was Elatha. He used the Blessing of Night to move hiddenly and escape the wrath of day, and took his people to ally with the spirits of the forest. The forest spirits hated the touch of iron, so Elatha swore off iron weapons and tools while he was under their protection. They hunted by night, gathered by day, frolicked in the woods and the glens with the spirits. When the Age of Wrath was over, Elatha wished to return to the land of his ancestors, but a king of the spirits wished for his people to remain in their hospitality forever. Claiming that they were no longer being protected, Elatha took up his iron arms, gouged out the king of spirits' eye, and he was forced to relent and let the clan return. But the king of the spirits said that if Elatha himself ever picked up an iron blade again, the king of the spirits would steal his breath away, killing him.
That
Elatha took up the
escalated very
shillelagh
quickly.
instead.
That escalated very quickly.
It sounds
Cressida
like,
admits that she is compressing this story.
Okay.
It sounds like good old Elatha, calls it up to the face like, hey man, can I crash on your couch for a little bit? And the good king was just like, sure, bro, whatever. Stay as long as you want. How about forever?
Elatha said, clearly you are keeping me prisoner here. Therefore, you are no longer protecting me. Therefore, iron knife.
Iron.
But yes, so Elatha took up the shillelagh instead because he was under a gios to never pick up an iron weapon again.
Honestly, I kind of want to ask
Shillelagh.
Dame Blanche if she has any, if she ever heard, the other side, a different part of that story.
Well, you did have this conversation with her, and so she can say that this exact occurrence is not known to her, but parts of this story do match up with what she understands as the history of the fairies, of the Forest Fae. And it could be hypothetically possible for there to have been such a sheltering agreement. Certainly the relationship of, the almost transactional relationship of, hey, you can crash here as long as you like, so long as you don't carry any iron. And then being like, cool, okay. And then we're like, all right, we're done. We're back on our feet, man. I'm looking at a new apartment this week, and being like, no, you can't leave. I have to split the rent with you. And they're like, yes, interesting. Iron.
This is the severing the contract.
Yeah. Certainly it would be possible. It's a little to insert a fact you're going to talk about, or you talk about the other side. It would be unusual. It would be possible for mortals to be taking shelter in the realms of the Forest Fae, even if that was the other side for a time. It would be unusual, though, because things in the other side are spiritual, not physical. Blanche phrases it as the way as you would understand this is they are all projections. They are not made of the same stuff that your physical realm is. So this is where the bane, the prohibition on eating fairy food comes from. Most food in the country of fairy on the other side isn't real. It's someone's idea of what food is like.
Yeah.
They can be things of the past. This is a metaphor I had planned for literally months. I think since you first, it was Inos was first going to ask Aesilver about what the fuck the other side was like. Basically, if you see a tree in fairy, that tree exists for one of a couple of reasons. One, it is mirroring. There is a real life tree in that location on Mundi that is significant. It is part of the geography. People know that tree by sight. They keep it in their mind. They remember that tree as a landmark. Maybe even they worship that tree or worship at that tree. Or maybe they've just carved their sweetheart's name into that tree. Even if you cut that tree down, the memory of that tree stays in fairy. However, some things in fairy are projections of things that don't exist yet. If a family looks into their garden and dreams every day, man, our garden would be perfect if there was a big tree right there, and they keep doing this for generations. It's entirely possible that a giant tree is going to spring up in the other side version of their front garden.
So it's a world that isn't of rules, but concept.
Yes, it's a very conceptual world, which unfortunately means that if you pick a fresh apple in fairy and eat it, you're not eating an apple. You are eating the conceptual embodiment of an apple.
Which means it'll probably be a cool experience, but you're not full.
Yeah, you'll die if you eat nothing but concepts. Blanche would, White Widow would explain that you can import like food from this side, and it can grow in fairy. But that's very unusual, and last she recalls, the Fairy Queen is very careful about her import-export laws, for lack of a better term.
That it was probably more likely they were at a place that was just controlled by the Fae.
Could be. Fairies do come out on both sides. But to finish off Cressida's side of the story, she basically says that that's kind of the story of Elotha, which may not be literally true, but something like it is probably true, is that kind of informed how the clan, works. They travel and hunt by night, by sacred night. They are protected by the night's blessing. They offer prayers to your ancestors under the moonlight. They know how to walk with forest spirits, which probably explains, why your mother and several other members of the clan are Veilers. They have been exposed to, the Veil. But they also understand the Bane of Iron, so they know how to protect themselves. The Veilcraft, your mother explains, the Veilcraft she practices was supposed to be based on the ancient teachings of Elotha, learned from the spirits of the wood, who walk in shadow and bright light, and walk in light in night's embrace, and hunted ghosts and wayward spirits when the age of wrath was upon them. Now, that comment is like White Widow, Dame Blanche is just like, oh yeah, that's us, that's the she.
Yeah, I was like, that's definitely fairies.
Walking in shadow and bright light, or walking in light in at night, that's glamour. And don't know if you know this, but that was actually our job before the calamity.
It's hunting ghosts.
So I guess I would say my next lore fork. God, you guys are going to ape shit on the.
Omega, you might not realize this, but you've spent 40 minutes actually explaining lore.
There was a lot of fumbling in there.
I have looked it up and downloaded a folder of 162 flock of cows reaction images.
Oh boy, okay.
So
Loth just has a new toy. So you did ask about the other side. We'll talk about this because, like I said, I did some work here, and I don't need to hit every detailio, but do you want to know more about what Dame Blanche has to say about the origins and history of the fairies, the Fae, or do you want to know more about the other side? Because those are technically separate conversations.
They are. Should we really do one for the sake of time? this is also to the table too, of being like, should I only ask one and then move?
No, it's up to you, man.
Okay,
I'm only partially here.
Yep.
of course. I wonder about the other side then. I will ask about the history of like.
I will cough on your face.
No, you won't.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
so if we're phrasing it that way, like I said, we better get back to it. I wrote some cool shit.
I want the
Great
history
sounding
after
words were shaped. But
Yeah.
we'll see there. The other side, at least, I can explain much more technically. This is much less of a like, history lesson and more of like, discussion of theory. Because I think Leslok can contribute to this at least a little as a Veiler. So basically, all three of you agree on kind of this underlying concept. So the part of Cressida's narrative as the lore was passed down to the Cauldron folk that is definitely 100% correct is that basically in the beginning, before the thrones, the world was formless and lightless, and then when the gods emerged, first as the sun and then further on and so forth, they brought form to formlessness and shape to shapelessness. They created the fundament and the firmament, which is just very fancy ways of saying the top and the bottom. But they built first with light and dark, sun and shadow. Then they built the land and sky with bones of stone, heart of flame, veil of clouds. Separated heavens and earth with pillars of rock and iron, columns of sea. Put, mountains and trees and all the waters on the surface. Covered it with, all the beasts of the land, sea, and sky, and then eventually the kindred. Each throne built a domain, which I'm using a capital letter for, upon the world. But there are always, parts of the world, even in the Age of Myths, which did not follow the order, the fundamental laws. During this time, this is a part that Dame Blanche can contribute to this conversation. The one who, the throne in charge of these things, the domain of places that are lost or places that are not yet found, is Sylvanas the Woodlord. He is the master of wilderness, boundaries, and crossroads. So, Sylvanas's special world space is all the spaces that you're not looking at. The Great Florkening. I know. Dallas is posting reaction because we know he's having a time.
Fucking Moon Knight.
Excuse you, Moon Knight?
I adore Moon Knight, but yeah.
No, but that's not Moon Knight, though.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. It's a skull face.
It's Taskmaster.
Oh, it is fucking Taskmaster. He would just fucking learn to copy techniques. Anyway.
Yeah. Also, that is a canon comic. That he just says that.
Taskmaster does a lot of shit he doesn't remember.
He's very funny. But so, the calamities happen. The wrath of the gods was such that the very fundament and firmament were shaken. Parts of the world was destroyed. Some thrones were cast down from their domains. So there was some chaos and stuff. And I think I talked about this actually a little, like in the podcast or otherwise off screen. But the separation of, this world into the other side of the world, the other world, was because basically the gods wanted to stand apart from their kindred so that on the one hand, man cannot easily access the gods, but also gods can't too easily interfere with man. So they built a new realm out of everything left over that was still shapeless, formless, and dreaming. And then the remaining thrones could carry out their duties without interference. They could contain many of the great forces of calamities and, allow their followers to act in Mundi without direct intercession. And that's where sorcery comes from. We'll move on from my sorceress notes to a later different conversation. You know that the other side is separated by an invisible, immaterial, yet impassable barrier, which is known as the Veil or the Immaterium. Anybody who is alive, as in is a mind, body, and soul, cannot cross without assistance. You are not allowed to cross the veil as all three parts. Strictly speaking, that is actually probably true even of Leslok with sorcery, because veil crafters don't technically cross the veil, more they just move it out of the way.
You look upon it, or in some cases, I guess you can project, but that's a more risky thing.
You can like look through it, yeah, or project through it, but you're not usually taking your whole ass mind, body, and soul across unless you get around the veil rather than cross it. Now, souls of the dead cross over when they die, and they begin their journey to the land of the dead. Your mind can visit the land of dreams in your sleep, but getting your body over there is hard. You can only do it either with sorcery or in locations where the veil has become thin enough that the energy between the two worlds is blending. Lady White explains this as the veil becomes thin because that means their innate sense of order is damaged. The problem is that order, the sense of order, can be damaged by both the sacred and the profane. Basically, the veil is weakened in places where there are large volumes of the dead crossing over, so that can mean both graveyards and cemeteries, but also battlefields and sites of disasters. It can occur in locations which are of interest to the gods, rarely sites of worship, but generally kind of like these focal points. But places that aren't intentionally spiritual can kind of like cause a little dip in the veil, which could even, attract monstrum or other spirits to pass through. Some of the persistent, presence of monstrum, many of whom are technically not supposed to be here. Again, we've talked about this. Probably only the calamity of beasts is supposed to be a like natural thing that functions in this world. The devils are kind of just like failed to all be rounded up and stuffed back into the land of the dead, or are Jimmy and jamming over from the other side. Because they're fucking chaos mode. They're crazy, baby.
Again, that time off the clock forever.
But, they monstrum might weaken the veil to make places more mystical than they would be normally. Other factors can include sites of miracles, intense sorcery, other large-scale phenomena. Lady White specifically, though, lets you know that sites of civilization, roads, stone and metal buildings, and these kinds of features, enforced constructed order by mortals, shores up the veil and keeps it more distant. Some of these messages are technically useful. How dare you disrespect me like this in my own home?
I might come up with times I think
It's the rules. But yes, that's an interesting factoid that you can all learn. That rigid structure and civilization, because that's the opposite of Sylvanas, makes the veil more shored up. This is probably why you guys don't ever have straight up monstrum outbreaks in cities.
Makes sense.
And specifically today, Dame Blanche will limit herself to her discussion of the country of the fairies, which is probably the closest and best known to men. Because fairy, also specifically the country of the fairies or the country of fairy, and you can spell it a couple different ways, was deliberately positioned to be the closest to Troikaron and Mundi beyond the veil. It is the domain of Sylvanas. Despite the fact that it is his domain, the Wood Lord is very rarely ever there. He leaves his governance to his kindred, primarily in the form of the Queen of the Fairies, leader of the Aishi. Physically, Fairy has about as much landmass as Troikaron, but there's no intervening oceans. There are lakes and river, but there is no salt water in Fairy. But that means that all the land of the islands has been stitched together like one make a quilt. So locations that are in Troikaron don't always match up geographically with their exact counterpart in Fairy. You could hop across the veil in a part of Norlon and end up somewhere in Milieu or even Celtasea because the equivalent space in Fairy is stitched together like right over there.
Leslok has to ask the question just to stop a thought in his head of like, I assume the positions would never be the same every time.
Dame Blanche has to pause and think about this one a little, and she says that to phrase it in a way that would best fit your understanding, from your perception on this side, geography is fixed. Fairy does not operate under such illusions. Remember, it is the realm of things that are lost and things that are not found. So it gets very complicated to find your way back. The fairies are good at it because we are from there. But even for us, it's sometimes hard. Constructing a permanent break in the veil, a fairy gate, is very difficult. And I don't think I've ever heard of one that's been open permanently, shall we say.
Of
At
course.
the very least, you would have to close and open the door. Keys, socks, yeah. I mean, that would probably if you guys had like the lost sock problem, you would probably blame that on you would say Sylvanas is stealing your socks.
In some cases,
Like,
that might actually be true. Depending
I
where
think
you
that
are.
would I think that would be part of the vibe. Like that's kind of his thing, and also again, I will tell you the backstory of the Queen of the Fairies and the Fairy People, but probably later because I know for a fact Inos has to roll some spells, get his exposition. And also, I think some of you want to do some crafting. I don't know exactly what you guys are doing with the rest of your day. But for future spoilers, that is absolutely what Sylvanas' temperament is like. He's the Woodlord. He's a funny guy.
I will have a giggle.
I won't say
Maybe
he's a funny
Lamau.
little guy because he's probably like 8 feet tall.
He's a funny big guy.
He's a funny big guy. But the places that are explicitly linked in between Mundi and Fairy are places governed by Sylvanas. Specifically, fairy rings, fairy forts, crossroads. See a ring of mushrooms or a ring of mysterious trees. That might be a fairy ring. That might be a space where crossing the veil is easier. Fairy forts are under hills. And the crossroads are just sometimes crossover. That's why you got to be careful on them.
I guess even for a place with no rules, there are still rules when it comes to other places.
Yes. Yeah, this is where I put the paragraph talking about fairy's not money. It's not bound by the fundamental forces. It's filled with things that are not real. They are the images or spirits of things. And then there's my talk about, the tree. Now, things of money can enter fairy and stay, though many are not supposed to. Plants and animals and even people can end up there. Things that are solely of fairy cannot live in Mundi forever, though. Even the forest fae tend to be a bit off if they remain in the world of order for too long. They, occasionally have to go back and kind of recenter themselves. Some of that might be some other stuff that I'm going to explain later. The general rule, though, elves are able to change the structure of fairy physically. They can use materials such as wood and stone, glass, gems, their special metals. Mineral wealth sometimes corresponds between Turricaron and fairy. The exception is that in fairy, iron is not found. There is no iron in fairy. Instead, you get a green, glassy material that, when prepared, is about as hard as iron or bronze, which is simply known as green glass.
Oh, that sounds
Think
nice.
malachite weapons from, like, Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
Basically, instead of iron, they have a culturally equivalent metal that just, like, it is a ceramic, but it's as tough as iron, and it just is in the ground. Now, this one may be surprising you, but elves, fairies, are untouched by the hand of time, so they don't need to eat. They do need to drink, though they can go longer than most can without a drink of water, but they do still need to intake water. They do need to rest, but their type of rest is much more in the soul than the body. A fae might persist for days or nights without rest if they're in the right frame of mind, but a fairy who is exhausted might sleep for days, months, or even years to feel refreshed. So, if you ever think about like a fairy taking like a 7-year nap, they were probably very tired.
They just did something very big to.
In Mundi, they tend to develop their normal rhythms with the rising and setting of the sun, sleeping with its set, depending on their nature. Dame Blanche explains to you this is because the march of day and night does not function on the same calendar in Fairy. The skies over Fairy are, like everything else, the domain of the Queen of the Fairies. When her mood is bright and shining, the summer sun hangs overhead. When her moon is troubled, clouds and rain fall into place. When she is restful or calm, the moon shows its face. And it's said that in her more powerful moods, her wrath might be feared as very real thunderbolts. And when she moves in secrecy, all of Fairy is cloaked in fog. So they don't have a day-night cycle. They have a giant mood ring. Spirits don't play me like this.
That's
that one you guys need to save for later. That one is 100% relevant to this game.
I feel like during this whole I guess not lecture, I guess conversation is just like it's probably saying fascinating a bunch of times. So I'm just gonna not say it to abbreviate this. Like you just
that's fair, but that sounds like a good response. Let's see. Yes, so I got the main thing to say about Fairy is that the land is not itself her exclusive domain. The Queen of the Fairies does rule over Alfheimr, the castle of the elves, which lies at the very heart of Fairy, always. No matter which way you go, the center of Fairy is the castle of the elves. Its halls are said to glimmer with gold, not of metal, but of yellow heart and golden oak, accents of lapis blue glass, and woods of purple heart and gray. The shape of the castle conforms to her whims. The decor changes with the seasons. In the other lands of the Fairy, though, her authority is invested in the Aishi, the Fairy Lords. So their own castles, forts, and manors may display similar levels of control to the Queen. And, depending on their nature and their own feel, there are regions of Fairy that are blanketed in gentle but silent snow all year round. Some always know the warmth and light of midsummer. This makes traveling through Fairy, if you are not a forest fae, very chaotic, because it does not follow your normal rules of direction. Even in the common land, Fairy can feel pastoral and picturesque, but is distinctly unnatural and magical. Some areas are full of crops. There are fields of wildflowers and berries to support great apiaries of fantastical giant bees, because fairies love honey. They have orchards full of apples, grapes, pears, cherries, citrus, from which they brew sweet and potent wines. In other places, the forests are filled with, wild edible nuts and mushrooms. Some of the mushrooms are poisonous. Some fields grow, huge, tall, golden grains. Or describe Dame Blanche would describe to you what you as a person, I should say, as a player, understand as a sunflower. But hey, fun fact: sunflowers are a North American genus.
It's not here, yeah.
But in Fairy, they have the equivalent of sunflowers. They have giant, tall, broad flowers which follow the sun, and their seeds, you can mill to flour for cakes and bread, and also oil.
Huh.
It is said that the Fairy Queen is the owner of vast herds of aurochs, pigs, and fairy cattle. Which I won't make Leslok roll monstrum. Fairy cattle to be one of the bynames for the Aklis, which is the monstrous form of a cervine, an elk or deer.
Dirty.
Elves do, however, rarely eat meat, since all animals are under the Dane of Sylvanas. Let's see. Yeah, I think I can summarize this a little. And half of this the other half of this paragraph I already posted, actually. That's the thing about animals.
Okay.
Lady White would describe to you that despite being, vibrant and sometimes chaotic, there is a theme to the lands that are in the country of Fairy. Only roads, fields, and forests of all types, low-rolling hills, very rarely rivers, lakes, and swamps appear there. There's no mentioned oceans. There are no tall mountains or deep ravines, and there are no deserts. Despite the fact that you guys know there are deserts in Troikara.
Plains, forests, and hills. Okay.
Maybe the deserts weren't always deserts.
Also maybe there was rivers in the desert.
Maybe we were deserts the whole time.
What?
Nicola turns to dust and blows away.
As he's wont to do.
What?
Well, I think I may have done that joke before. But yes, so it's still the domain with a capital D of Sylvanas, and so it's bound by his rules and purviews.
Sorry.
Sylvanas is not the god of deserts, so deserts do not appear in his realm. Now, despite the fact that animals are in Fairy, Dame Blanche just warn you not to trust animals in Fairy because they could be fairies in disguise. They could be Monstrum. Monstrum and Fairy are much more docile than in Mundi, but if you get too close, you get into their personal space, they will attack you still. There are some groups of animals that are relatively normal. And then to speed read something that like I said, these guys could have read earlier, but the people at home won't have heard because it's a million miles away in the screen capture. There are some animals that are like I said, relatively normal. She horses are a crossbreed from a stock of horses donated by the Horse Lords of old. That's the ancestors of House Cheval. And unicorns of Sylvanas. And they are supposed to be longer-lived, smarter, swifter, and more mischievous, but are otherwise a horse.
I'm getting the impression, basically, in the other side, don't trust anything unless it's made in agreement with you.
Yeah, because you never know exactly what's going on there. Elves, fairies do have fairy hounds. They are usually related to normal dogs. I think this came up before, but Dame Blanche just say it explicitly. Black dogs are a hybrid between a normal hunting hound and a warg. Similar to how House Kellery bred the hippogriff. I would also say with your monster knowledge, Leslok, you're also pretty sure the elves only got away with that one because they are the kindred of Sylvanas.
Yeah, that's fair.
Cats, for better or worse, are still cats. They are unchanged by any amount of time spent in Fairy.
Funny.
Dame Blanche just warn you. Some cats, though, are larger, smarter, and more glamorous than normal. Those are because those are Her Majesty's mousers, and they are effectively forest fae in their own right. They owe her their fealty. Do not call a mouser a house cat. They have a job because mice in Fairy are quite pesky. Rats even more so. As little guys are smart, nimble, and courageous besides. They wield sewing needles like swords. And I think we should probably leave off the lecture there.
We should probably cut
she
away
could
to someone
probably
else for now.
describe to you the Dreamland as well, because that's known to be relatively close. But I think that's a topic we can save for a different time period.
Fair. I want to hear the history about the Queen, but let's abbreviate. Let's cut to someone else for a bit first.
We can talk about the fairies a different day. Like I said, a lot of this lore has been the reason why this is so well thought out. Players and people at home is because technically these guys have been asking me these questions for out of character for months, and then haven't actually asked it in character yet.
Omega's been
thinking
waiting
about,
on
man,
this.
I gotta ask about the fucking fairy queen or the other side, for a while. So it's this. Some of these ideas are very concrete in my head. So Leslok spends a lovely afternoon figuring out some world building shit. And like I said, we're in the asynchronous time, the achronal time, the time without time. So, like, I don't care how long that takes. He can have that conversation. What are you guys doing? Before because a little bit of time has to pass before I fucking blast your brains out with letters.
Oh, not letters.
This is Lucky purposely being silent to see if anyone else is doing anything before I completely take control of this fucking game.
I'm dying.
I've already said my part. I want a second course, but I can't.
Go for it if you got something planned. I've got nothing.
All right, so Inos is gonna have a quick conversation with the Marquess.
Sorry, Dallas does blowing is sometimes very well timed. Go, please.
Yeah, it sounds like a trumpet.
It'd be like that.
Is gonna have a quick word with the Marquess. Getting his okay that we're gonna send diplomats to House on a more permanent basis and maybe receive some diplomats in return.
As per Eno's fashion, you write out a whole plan, and I look at the plan, and I think the plan.
I'm not writing out a whole plan. I'm saying this is what I want to do.
Okay.
I haven't written out the plan. Stop adding fucking details to my shit when you're not actually contributing to it. Just say yes or no.
Are doing it.
Okay,
Moving on.
cool. From there, Inos will go speak to Lady Maja on the subject of starting diplomatic relationships and, take her suggestion and recommendations on it, as Inos feels that, her being here was kind of supposed to be that for that, but with times being as they were and events as they have happened, things have kind of been on the wayside, and that it would probably be better if we send formal diplomats so that Teine may stand together in potential times of need and crisis.
All right. Fairly well, yes. She will recommend some people in your castle staff to send. I'm sure there's a couple of lordlings we can pick. No, I actually don't think any of the major NPCs would. Like, I could be like, oh, well, the best person we would spend would be Jimmy Best Friend. But no, actually, I don't think any of the characters in your inner council are your best pick for diplomats to send to Crag. So,
no.
I mean, Maja might make a pass that you should probably send Konrad, but he's busy. He's got a project he's working on.
Yeah.
So we had Konrad could say no to the request.
Well, yeah, like I said, Maja probably at least like floats it out there, but would pad it with. But of course, he's busy, kind of a thing.
Inos will at that point bring up that while Konrad is very busy, Inos has been trying to have Konrad come around to make a big visit to Egg this fall, so that he may, spend time along, the rest of his family and whatnot. And stuff. It's just details have not been finalized, and Konrad keeps putting everything off. He has other things he's concerned about.
Is true.
Oof.
Maja did say he was busy.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Maja, how much do you have any empathy?
That's a loaded thing to say, kid.
Yeah, 5s.
Rad.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Lady Maja attempts to read Inos. I assume that in this case, Inos is not actually trying to foment an agenda. He just actually does really want everybody to get along and hang out with their family.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
Wait, no, wait. I will take that. Inos does want everyone to hang out in the family, but he does have an agenda underneath that.
Okay, would you be trying to conceal that part? In that case, you may roll lie versus her 2 5s.
I will roll lie.
Okay. Because, like I think Maja would be trying to be, like, basically trying to angle shoot you and be like, are you only doing this out of the goodness of your hearts?
I got 23s, but I think that her 5s beat me.
Yeah, you don't have the height to gobble, so... She does not figure out, like, what your hidden agenda is. It's just that she can, sense that you've got more going on.
Yes.
She doesn't seem to remark on it too much, but she does, thank you for your consideration.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be such a,
nice young man.
Well, that too, but also no. She said, you seem to be a very foremost and steadfast ally of this house.
Oh, very much so. By the way, I'll let everyone know my agenda for this diplomat is this trip well, eventually, once we get to the company rules, I'm making the espionage check for our diplomats to look into Yispen Frost so I can dig up as much dirt about him and we can fucking take care of him during the fall.
Alrighty, thumbs up.
So, that's the
Okay,
agenda.
so it is not anything
he has
counterproductive to our
plans,
house.
but not nothing you guys wouldn't not know about, because I think
Or agree with.
actually, I think you guys can have talked about these brand as among your many things you need to look at.
I don't think Inos has mentioned that, we might go out this fall to slap Yisben Frost, and I don't think he's mentioned that he's using this diplomacy as a tool to get information on him. But Enos has definitely said that Yasmin Frost could be involved in the conspiracy. It may be a
So
future
this
problem.
is like it is technically a hidden agenda, but like I said, crew would not be like alien to this concept.
Yes.
But yeah, so like I said, Maja doesn't pick up on those specifics. Obviously, like I said, she just rolled empathy. She just tells that you do have a layer below your layer, but also your steadfastness is genuine. So
Well,
she kind
yeah.
of like
Well, yeah, no. If Konrad goes out there, kicks out of Yasmin brands, a black mark upon the egg family, that'll make him look really fucking cool. I totally know what I'm doing.
But yeah, so she thanks you and says, and like I said, the more dramatic thing would probably be to like find NPCs you like to send away and like offer it, but you already you literally bought eloquent diplomats, so
Yeah.
like you have a core of guys, so we will I think definitely before if we get to the actual session of setting out for the fog veil, we will foment the conclusion of these plans.
Right.
You'll get one or two A courtiers back. You'll have sent some courtiers to Crag to do some A stuff, which gives you some room to make company rolls.
Yeah.
But for now, we persist.
We persist. Alrighty. Inos will also be spending some time throughout the month checking in with various guests. Erdine, Mainwall, Kaleno, and Kaleno and her sisters when they're not out working. Mainwall, Professor Amita, and Kefis. Very specifically, Inos is going to send for 2 bottles of very fine mead and or honey wine. Like I said, these will be gifts for Ace of Four and the Lady White at the Summer's Days celebration at the beginning of next month, but he's going to get that ready ahead of time. It's fun fact, you were talking about how I asked a long time ago and I never followed it up. I was just like kind of waiting for the right moment to do it, but Axe was like, no, I want it now. And I was just like, oh, fair enough.
Well, like I said, you're not the only one. Axe has also been trying to fucking find the time to ask. I think honestly, the reason why the conversation is so big is because he's like, shit, I meant to ask Dame Blanche about these like 4 things for like a month.
Yeah, I wasn't asking.
You
about
weren't
those.
kidding when you wrote that letter to Narissa.
Yeah, no, but no, like, well, we can talk about it. We'll talk about it probably at the beginning of the summer one.
We can work it out with the timing of some things,
Yes.
yeah. But you'll acquire some wine.
Yes.
Some plans, some gifts. I think out of those things you mentioned, Erdine's fine. She's just sorry. Dallas is no longer sneezing. He's bobbling his microphone.
Sorry.
Out of those, like Erdine's keeping on. Like she's only been here like a month tops now.
Mhm.
So she's still, very much studying the I was going to say Crownish, but it is technically the Teine cuisine.
Mhm.
I'm sure that when we get to the selection where I proffer questions about the menu at big feasts,
Big feast.
what sort of food you want to present at Summer Court in the session that will be nothing but planning Summer Court,
Yeah.
she may have some more comments or suggestions about integrating anything Iron Demon side there, but yeah, she's still trucking along. Adamita, I think, is also just kind of like chilling until you guys give her some money to spend on some stuff. She's probably slowly working on her hot air balloon.
That's true. I would like to.
But I meant to bring this up at any time, but we aren't quite to hammering out exactly what you guys are doing for the Fog Veil yet. But if you do speak to Mainwall, if at any point it comes up, that you're planning this expedition, he will volunteer to go with you. He has been a traveler and a sage.
No,
He speaks
I'll be.
Runic and Giant.
That will. Yeah, I will happily accept him. I will also ask Maywall if he has any knowledge about very old stories. Like if he know, like, oh, how do I put this? Basically, he's gonna ask if he knows anything about maybe the winged a deity figure of with the winged woman with feathers in her hair, or if he knows of a goddess with 6 arms.
Do you remember the Muffin?
Six Arm stumps him. He says that depiction is unknown to him. But when you describe the mural of the winged woman, he nods sagely, rubs his short beard, which, as I believe I've described, because Mountain can have a very stony countenance. His beard is probably the consistency of iron wool.
Scrub pops with
Maybe a
that shit.
Brillo pad.
Yeah.
But he does say, in his kind of deep, gravelly voice, yes, you are describing the Sky Mother. We have lost the rune for her name. You can, in our language, make it by putting together Sky and Mother. He would probably, gesture vaguely at the shape of the runes with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
You speak runic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you would know, for example, and I think you even did some stuff like this in Fogvale, but yeah, you would know the rune for basically Sky and Mother.
Yeah.
She is the bride of the Father of Mountains. The creator of all beasts that fly.
Inos would basically ask if he knows anyone among his kin who would know more about the Sky Mother.
A difficult question. It is strictly out of our domain.
Also, I might say it's also the closest to their domain.
Well, they're not the kindred of Sky.
Yeah. Those would be the weenie people.
There is kind of a...
Yeah, but what's
You may have noticed there's supposed to be some stricter divisions in place.
Yeah, but
Clearly
what's
some things
closest?
got a little...
Yeah, but what's
squiggly.
closest to the sky? It's not the ocean.
I mean, technically, all things are equally close to the sky. Technically,
I'm sorry, Dallas. I'm not gonna look at the fucking space of air 1 inch above my fucking ground and call that the goddamn sky.
I mean, if you look at a horizon over the sea, the sky and the ocean are pretty close together. They touch. But no, mountains are there, but, Mainwell continuing, would be like, there are some runes which interact with sky. But, as I said, it is not normally our purview. There may have been some clans which still remember. But I did not know them personally.
Okay.
Traditionally, my young friend, when we mountain folk, ask these questions, well, to say we put the words on the wind is not correct, but you would spread them by travelers. Should we pass by an Aetir, we may ask and see if that knowledge spreads from clan to clan.
Inos will not.
I do believe there were supposed to be, if not kindred, but some old believers of the Sky Mother in the valleys of this land. What you would know as the island of Norlon. But as I said, I did not know them personally. I do not know if they meant the valleys here in what you call Teine, in what you call Crag, or what you called the Fogvale.
Inos will just, nod and commit to, trying to find out what he can. But otherwise, he will just make sure that Mainwell is comfortable and not bored out of his gourd.
I mean, you ask about bored out of his gourd. Mainwall is the kind of guy who, like, you see him doing a lot of, like, sitting cross-legged on big rocks with his knuckles pressed together. Like, he seems pretty chill most of the time.
All right, well, as long as he's
He occasionally takes breaks to, do a little rock carving.
Cool.
Whittle walking sticks out of giant branches.
Rad.
He
but
will
I thought they
occasionally
were.
offer to do, favors, moving stones around or stuff like that. Probably has offered a few members of the castle pointers on either the runic language or just stoneworking.
Cool. Okay, cool. He's keeping busy. Awesome. But yes, with checking in Kalena whenever she is back from one of her mail trips, Inos will also inquire. Inos ain't gonna ask if she knows, but Inos is going to inquire if there's anyone among the Harpuya that is particularly well learned in their history.
Ah, I see what you're asking. Well, you're right, it's not me. Too young for that. Got too many things on my mind. That's also another. I think it's like the third accent Kaleno has had. I'm going a little too Cockney. I'm starting to go, south of the border there. Starting to end up down under. I've said either that I think Harpies should be like either, or Kaleno and her sister's generation of Harpies should either be like violently Cockney, or I should be like a slightly New Yorker like. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm flying here.
Like a Bostonian or something.
I'm walking here.
I remember I'm flying here. I distinctly remember that.
I'm flying here. Well, you're right, it's not me, for sure. Well, obviously, as a king's courier, I could deliver you a letter back to the nest back home, but, that would be, the old birds, the crones. Keeping stories, don't have much better to do with themselves, Writing history is a little, she clacks her hand talons a little. She's got like I think like 1 or 2 inch claws, so mostly we draw in bark. Carving wax and clay tablets is cool if you can get them. Not a lot of clay in the mountains. And I'm gonna be real with yous. Most Harpuya don't have the patience for beehives. They're very stingy, They're very temperamental. But yeah, no, we got elders. If it was anybody other than you, Inos asking, I would, she kind of ruffles her feathers a little. I could, be a little offended and be like, we have a whole, history and culture and language, but you know that.
I do. I do not mean to give offense, but there's something in particular I've been trying to figure out. Like I said, there's been a lot of knowledge and history lost throughout the years, and you can usually find pockets of it in all sorts of places, but not everyone always thinks to look, or ask even. So if I have to go around asking a few awkward questions and maybe, kind of looks her up and down, ruffle a few feathers, then so be it. But, ultimately, I do not mean to cause anyone offense.
Well, I can tell you the simple stuff that every bird knows right out of her shell. She kind of spreads her arms wide and says, we fly. We sing. She probably, trills out a couple of high notes. And with claws we catch. Makes grabby hands.
Grabby hands.
There is none who sits in the sky like we do. Birdwoman preading. Birdwoman. Points her sharp nose up. By the way, I'd like to remind everybody, Harpuya do all start with the 1 point beauty for free.
Yes.
Pretty bird.
She's a very pretty bird.
They also get +1 killing damage on unarmed attacks.
Very deadly bird. Pretty deadly bird.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. Before we were recording, we were talking about fantasy tropes and stuff, and talked about like the history of orcs as a concept. The special esoterics for harpies, yeah, those are the orc ones in the book that I like recrejiggered. So yeah, they work well because the harpies have some interesting conversations, but they include biting people,
Clawing them. Peck. Well, oh yeah, no. Inos will basically let her get back to stuff, but Inos is going to invite Kaleno and her sisters out on a date during Summer Festival because they can't possibly be busy during that time, right? Enos has
not unless you guys are gonna send them on anything.
Yeah, no. So Enos would basically like to.
I don't know if we have the concept of the federal holiday, but I do suspect that on major festival days, the crown services are not, the crown offices are not normally running.
True. So he'll take Kaleno and her sisters out on the town and whatnot. So I'm gonna pencil that in. But otherwise, they're probably busy. Enos is probably busy, and as long as they are all well and good, well, all was well and good. So that's Enos checking in with the guests. I do have more things to talk about and do, but they might be better served after the letters. So possibly. So, what Enos is going to start doing is he is going to start working on S-Talk prototypes.
Mm-hmm.
And basically spend a lot of time in the forge, basically hammering out S-Talks, checking out some manuals on blades and weapons, like that one that he got of from the Espada author on all the blades and stuff.
Yeah. No, you have a book that is basically a history of swords.
Yeah. So do that. And during this time, he would also like to probably take a lore nap.
Do you want to do lore nap before or after letters? I'm okay with either, but I have you literally brought the male women back into the conversation, so I'm ready to letter bomb.
Yeah, let's do the lore nap beforehand.
All right.
So Inos is going to basically retreat to the family crypt, find a nice empty alcove with argent light, and take a nap.
Alrighty.
Actually,
sir, roll your sorcery set.
This was something I did want to ask. Can you do visions of the Earth multiple times with the same object, if just asking different questions?
I think so, but let me.
I don't think there's anything against it, but it just seems a little.
125. Because I believe it is. You're supposed to be asking questions, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Excuse me. The visions. Divination. Meditate. Just use in the place when you're on Client death, performing a spell. Based on what you're asking when you cast the spell. Yes, so technically you could cast it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, there's a gif of something exploding.
Water bomb.
We're diffusing a letter bomb. But you could cast it multiple times, but it should be about different things, basically.
Okay. Well, let me cast my spell.
Yeah, roll them. I was also going to say earlier, if you wanted to roll expert blacksmith to make some sword, you can see how well you're doing at that.
Oh wait, I got a 10. I have a master die. What am I panicking about? So that'll be a 10. But also, yes, let me just make some S stocks. Some basic ass S stocks. I make some basic ass S stocks. A pair of 5s.
Yeah, you can make some test stocks. It's fine.
Cool.
They are perfectly normal swords. Very average.
Yes.
All right, so Visions of the Earth with Argent Light. What are you asking about?
Very specifically, what were the events? How did Argent Light end up in the lake?
Oh,
You're not ready for that one?
No, I am ready for that one. It's just I feel a little bad. You're going to be a little disappointed about this. What was that guy's name? I always mean to go back and write more like extra detail about that's the wrong document for starters. About the Chalice Boys, but I think it was Gwenalt's Knight of Blessings.
I think so.
Sounds correct.
But no, if the Knight of Blessings just went, it said, fuck this life, and went yeet, and yeeted the sword into the lake, that's fine. It's just that,
That is basically what happens. Like, I think, I don't know if you've seen a depiction of Gwenalt before.
No.
But Gwenalt Knight of Blessings would be, he's a, well, it's funny. You get to actually see the past this way. So, like, describing him as, like, a picturesque knight is like, well, he does act, it's like they look at like the movies.
Mm-hmm.
But no, imagine this is kind of like seems to be towards the end of his active knighting time. So, like, there are some, age lines on his face, maybe a little gray creeping into his hair. He's got kind of like, medium length dark hair, dark brooding eyes, splash of stubble, very heroic looking, kind of a tall, thin sort of guy. And, he basically, is standing on the side of the lake where the convent is, but the convent is not there, so it was not built yet.
Mm-hmm.
And, is basically saying something to the effect of, and this I am ad-libbing because I probably would have specific, poetry in mind, but I don't. But, he basically says something to the effect of, if the chalice is truly lost, and if I am betrayed by my brothers, then my quest is at an end. I shall forsake the blade I was given by Veritas and go forth just as a normal man. He picks up the sword and goes, "Ha!"
Yeah, yeet.
Now, I will say, in your vision, Inos, because you're kind of like standing on the shore watching him. Once again, by the way, very foggy. Like, you in real life stood on the edge of this lake, and that you could see like the other side of it in your vision, filled with fog.
Yeah. There's
like
a boss fight on the other side. I can't go there.
You're going very, very far back, and so seeing very far range is very limited. But he throws this thing into the lake. It does not sink like a sword made of iron and silver should. It kind of like gently rests upon the top of the lake for like a couple of heartbeats. Maybe, catches the light in a weird way and then just bloop. And then, Gwenalt kind of like turns away from the shore and basically walks away into a wall of fog, and your vision is over.
Well, it's not a lot, but do you know what? It's more than what I had before. And it's something I can write to Sister Superior Mercedes about.
Yeah, you guys have not, I think, actually like personally gone like super deep in the tank and tried to figure these guys out. Like you did a little bit of rough reading about them.
No, honestly, I'm not entirely sure where to start on that one. I'm gonna be real, like out of character. I think like
Same.
it's one of those things of like I gotta go hit more libraries, maybe the fucking Palace of the Moon, but
That'd be a good library source for it. You might be able to find specific ones because it does kind of seem like, or at least the way that Mercedes, pitched it to you. The knights were kind of collected from all over. You even know that while she clearly wasn't one of the original ones, that one of Logi's children, Milgid was
Milgid.
said to, squired under them. So,
yes,
like,
on the Night of Blessing specifically, if I remember correctly.
yes.
Yeah.
He did not, mention anything about her by name, but like I said, he was clearly like older, like you'd probably say somewhere in his 40s or 50s when this happened. So like if something tragic happened to his squire and he was just like, I'm done with this shit, you don't know. He did seem like a man who was kind of over it though.
Mm-hmm.
I will say you guys probably, or Inos at least would probably recall as he, recounts this vision upon waking that the original pitch when the Chalice Knights, drank from the chalice, it gave them, great vitality and youth, but it was said that it bound their fates to it.
So who knows when that happened? Well, like I said, I shall remark upon this vision when I write to the Sister Superior later.
But yes, like I said, when I said "oh" there, it was like, oh, it's because I always pictured that. Yes, he did just the sword is in the lake because specifically he just threw it into the lake.
Yeah, I kind of figured
that is a little interesting because the founder of House got like a sva in it. What's the House of the Swan? Curse you, Verity, for always being at the bottom of this. House Pale.
Right.
Might be Polly, but the Sigil of the Swan. The Knight of the Swans and founder of the house was Lohengrin, who is also a Chalice Knight. So again, you don't know about the complex interpersonal relationships there.
Okay. So with that, I'll note that for later. I will probably be actually writing out a letter to Sister Superior Mercedes Verity at a later point to recount this, so I may keep up the correspondence with her.
Woo.
Yeah.
But other than that, well, I do have other things. They probably best be served after letter time. So Omega, please.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna begin firing letters. You receive some replies for some things.
Sorry.
File? Yeah. First,
He died.
Nicola.
Hmm?
Yeah, that guy. You get a letter from the first prince.
Oh, Jesus.
Because last week you were like, oh yeah, where's my letter from the first prince?
Oh boy.
No, last week I decided to write a letter to the first prince.
Well, last week I think the conversation started as like, did I write a letter to the first prince? And I'm like, man, I don't remember.
I want to read this letter because I just want to see the snark in it.
It's worth it.
I don't know if Nicola will get it. It starts pretty good. For starters, the second
normally-
prince writes, Sir Dr. Nicola.
Sir Doc.
You are technically a Sir Doctor.
God, I love this man's deadpan.
No, this is the reason why I want to
humor.
read your letter, just because. Oh no, I gotta read this.
The postscript is hilarious.
This one is written very entertainingly. Go for it. It's not like going to be game breaking.
Yeah.
This one's actually, honestly, it was only like a mere like 100 or 200 characters over the limit. I could, read this one aloud.
I mean, at some point you might as well like put the letters all in like a folder to like for like I guess watchers to read. But
Technically, I do have it as a separate tab. I guess I could. I wonder if I can like copy a tab.
If you're bigger, you put it behind like a certain like Patreon level or something. Being look at all the
I could
handouts
also
I've made.
just dump them on Patreon. I've thought about it. I got plans, but yes. All right, you. I'll replace your blood with an incompatible type.
No,
What is Logesh doing?
Where's my fucking?
that's adorable.
Sorry, I lost my.
I'm glad I'm
wrist
cultivating.
supported mouse pad.
I'm glad I'm cultivating this relationship.
Mhm.
We're gonna. Why do I feel like there's suddenly a deck of tarot cards in my head?
Verity.
I am the Valorai. What would aliens be? The sun?
No, because
Really
that person
pick.
usually dies.
Well, the sun is supposed to be, you know, a hope, victory, triumph.
Yeah.
Oh right, no, sorry. I'm thinking a very specific game. Ignore me.
It only dies once.
Alias,
This
I would
different.
honestly.
I know we usually reserve that for party members these days, but Alias is also probably closest to in the classic tarot, the magician.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you know, he is a relatively young man, you know, but is you know kind of talented, you know, developing mysteries. I don't think he's quite far enough along his personal journey to be like the emperor yet.
Yeah, I always thought the magician was more reserved for like the advisors, the guide.
Not
It's somewhat of
necessarily.
potential.
It can refer to a person who guides the querent, is what you call the person asking the question in tarot.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, Loth. It's funny. Loth was the least dead of us. Loth killed himself off screen, so don't expect anything out of that guy.
Yeah.
He also did not sleep.
Nah.
Did he not sleep? I may have
No.
missed that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
He...
I mean, he could. We could be very boring, and we could say he's the emperor.
Not yet.
Like I said, that's one that like thematically fits it. Maybe not yet. There's a few, but we don't get into it because I have other questions. But yes, I think there's some solid character in there, and also it hints at other characters' relationships. There's things in this that maybe you'll find interesting.
I did find something interesting, but I didn't read this letter, so I don't know.
Yeah, it depends if Nicola shares it.
We'll see if he brings it up. This is a letter that will probably get brought up because the next letter in my notes, and then I have to pause the recording and run away to a bio break real quick to give you time to read and react. But Inos receives a official looking type letter back from Marin.
Oh.
And this is effectively a two-stage letter. You've got actually, let me post this in two parts just to get the full effect. So you have the following like in a just like a cardstock note in the front of the written letter. And then you have an actual like letter inside the letter, which is this message.txt. So like I said, I'm going to pause the audio and be right back. Right and be right back.
Postscript still made me laugh every time.
Let me read this letter.
Out of curiosity, what was the part you found interesting?
The fact that the Princess Grand Tour is also going to be in winter. We were planning a trip to Celticy in the winter.
It lines up.
Yes.
There's also a thing of be sure to let the Marquess know.
I mean, I'm going to be very brutally honest. I don't think I would. Because literally... Wait, hold on. Did he ask me to tell you something?
Yes, it did. Be sure to let the Marquess know.
Oh, okay, then yeah, no, I will do that.
I thought he was. Hang on, let me double check that letter.
Okay, if he told me to let you know something, I'd do it. But if he did tell you, I would have no reason to let you know anything.
Hang on here.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know that he expects additional guests from his family. Yeah, the last sentence of the letter.
Yeah, no, he says, be sure to let the Marquess know that I expect additional guests from the family shall undoubtedly try to insert themselves on the Norland leg for this reason. He doesn't say anything about telling the Marquess about him being in Celticy for the winter.
Yeah, no,
Right, yeah.
yeah, I will just tell that there might be additional guests from House Hotroy.
Alright, but I need to
In
run.
I assume that the Norland leg means summer court, or
Yeah, Summer Court, post Summer Court.
It's
Adjacent.
just after. It's after, but
The summer months.
regardless, expect more royal house people.
Oh wow, this letter actually has some of the
boy.
structure of the Wind Witches in here. Interesting.
Yeah, you asked for like a formal update, so I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna get you up. I mean, you know, I'm back, by the way. I had my headphones on in the pisser, so I heard Nicola's conversation, but we're recording again.
Yeah,
But yeah, you know, your letter or your note from Baroness Marin is different, and you'll notice how I use different capitalization for both sign-offs, so you know that they mean them in different tones.
for whatever reason, I can only get half of this letter.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Interesting, but also yes, the Baroness is being sassy. How dare?
When she says "winds be with you," you know she means it more like "winds be with you."
Yeah. Well, she did me a solid. She has given me the formal introduction, and I can definitely write this guy a letter back. Yeah, definitely. Like I said,
Yeah.
does mention Castle Sjorberg, and there also might be something off the coast of Tron, which isn't too far away.
I do not want to go to the fishing village of Innisport. I request not to go there. I don't know why I have this giant aversion to it. Just putting that out there. I don't want to go.
Listen, there's just gonna be giant sharkmen in a well
I
protecting
don't
katana,
care. Not
protecting
going.
a katana. It's not a big deal.
Not going. If you ask me to go there, I will
Well,
resign.
We'll see about that one.
There's just there's just an undersea cove where Myrrh protecting a katana. For
I am
some
not
reason.
turning into a fish man.
That's not how that works.
Oh my god. No,
Okay.
Loth is. Oh hey, it's a whale carcass. Why
I
are there
literally
50
wrote
of
an literally wrote an XCOM homebrew. If I wanted you to do the terror mission, I forget when that one was always. That one had a fixed name, but the chrysalid bursting from the shark mission, I could just do that. I could run that game. I have the tools.
All right.
Anyway,
But
so
yes.
have we
Have the
digested
technology.
the letter from Daria Korb?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm very thankful.
All right.
I'm also. I have a feeling towards Baroness Marin right now. I don't know what it is. I can't describe it.
Respect and or fear,
Exasperation?
but also respect and fear.
You can respect and fear her.
I mean, you better respect her.
I'm not.
Well, she is on the High Council.
I'm waiting for something to smite me right now. Oh, wait, it's not.
Just counter though.
We take a while for the words you said to travel by the wind back to her. Anyway. Then my next note is from Nerissa to Leslok, which is this one's bigger. This one's almost 1,500 characters
Oh,
over the
boy.
limit.
Oh boy.
Actually, mind if I read it?
Sure. I don't.
Rad.
I mean, I read other people's things just for like as a player thing to be like, I'm curious what Omega wrote. So you can go ahead. Just
Yeah, but you just do it anyway. I at least ask you.
yeah, that's fair. I feel something in the back of my head.
Going to get a drink.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
And I don't even know how long the letter from Narissa back to Inos is, because that one's 3 paragraphs and goes straight to message.text.
And back.
Welcome back.
He's back.
People still reading.
The edit will trim out all of this.
Sir, I think like my brain just. I think I actually am a bit fucked up because it turns out the sickness I've had for a few days has not gone away. So I think my brain's a little cooked. Trying.
Oh, here
That
I
or
am.
just
I mean, you got it if you're good. Lucky, you said you were gonna read it. You caught up?
Just about. I'm on the last 2 lines.
I only got to the rest of the paragraph. So.
Ooh. Sorry, this is, out of character stuff, but Huron's under actually Rosenrot and the Lord Peteroy. Interesting.
I have cousins for that great line.
No, we did talk before. Like, we haven't really gotten into detail, but I believe you said, or we discussed, that one of the things Narissa and Leslok talk about is books and stories, basically.
Yeah, we talk about books and stories, and also I think just like architecture, places we've been.
Like, she has some opinions on narrative tropes.
But yes, I am done. Let me delete this letter so I can no longer find it.
All right. Guess what?
Ta-da!
There's your letter
It's
back
yours.
from Narissa.
Woo! This one.
And so the reason why this one is so long, fun fact, there was another paragraph in Narissa's letter to Leslok
You took
that,
acid
as I finished writing it, you, out of character in real life, Lucky, submitted your letter to Narissa. Literally, as I finished writing her letter to Leslok, in which you discussed some things. So I just took out part of the letter she just wrote to Leslok and moved it to the letter to you.
Lucky you
You caused her to. Not really, but you
I
caused her to basically pivot from giving Leslok more things to think about to, hey, Inos, do you think Leslok needs to think about this?
This letter is huge!
I know, I told you, she got an extra fucking paragraph in there.
This is gonna take me a minute, guys. Sorry, hang on.
That's fair, that's fair. I think the letters from Estelle and Barak Zikr are shorter. Like I said, Narissa's letter back from you grew a little because I don't know if you meant the fucking Dragonbone question to be so big, but you're asking something that is quite noteworthy.
Yeah.
It's like a big thing for her, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, why do you think I contacted
Well, also,
her?
Yeah, fair.
so spoilers. She's gonna quote you some monetary values in that third paragraph in the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, the wealth of a Dragonbone, like enhanced items, which would include Dragonbone, is somewhere between 3 and 6 wealth, depending on where it is. Depending on how big your deposit of Dragonbone supposedly is, she quotes you a number in its maximum value in its equivalent in treasure. So, like, depending on how much it is, you are possibly talking about between 3 and 6 treasures. So that's a lot of fucking money.
That's a lot of money.
So she wants to give it its due discourse. Also, she doesn't have that much money.
Mhm.
Most people don't have that much money, period.
Correct.
Money.
Well,
Also,
shoot.
spoilers. It's probably not going to be worth treasure 6 because it's not a big deposit. But
No.
Maybe
Inos
4.
did keep some things to himself. So
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just reread her over to the equally admirable Inos. I'm like, he.
yes, because you phrased your letter as to the admirable princess. It's like, yes.
Princess of the Fifth House.
We could be a little silly here.
Sorry, what's up?
Well, right now I'm at the part where Narissa's looking forward to maybe getting into a few brawls. You got a feisty one, Leslok.
I have good luck, surprisingly. I think picking
Well,
lucky
see,
is not
I
a bad
have
thing
more
for me.
fighting
I think
reactions.
picking lucky is turning out to work out for me, actually.
It does kind of suit you. You do it comes out.
I mean,
Huh.
there are other words you could use for it. I never liked the term lucky, personally, in terms of like.
It's an advantage, so like it comes up technically, like how
I
gravity.
I just think the better term for it would have been like fated or destined.
I don't. Despite being a Veiler, Leslok does not believe in like prophecy being accurate or being 100% true.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, you can divinate knowledge with Veilcraft, but you are not strictly speaking the realm of prophecy.
Fair enough.
Sylvanas' zone is not actually associated with that one.
Yeah,
That would make sense. I don't see Sylvanas being big on destiny.
his realm is a place not really full of things set in place.
Sorry.
I need to read this again. Okay,
Narissa is quite playful in her tone.
I think she's great.
Yeah. No, listen. This is part of the letter writing exercise. Is there's supposed to be character brought forth.
No, like this is one of the reasons why I started writing the letter, because it let me bring voice to Inos in his kind of dry humor kind of way.
And what you're seeing is that at least Princess Narissa responds in kind, but also with the sense that like she'll hit somebody.
Yes. Like I said, there's the true dragon skeleton and probably several lesser drakes, so it's not a huge deposit, but they probably still could use a bit of it. But do we want to ask the Master Scrivener to come along with Narissa and we take a quick jaunt up to the Shadow Pass? Well, I guess that's something to bring up at the table real quick. Alright, I have read it. But I think I see what you mean about, hey, you're gonna make me think about things instead of Leslok. Great, now I am. I'm gonna have to send out additional notes.
Well, also one of those things was a question about a character you could just ask about.
Yeah.
No, there was some Norlan related stuff that listen, I don't like to put too fine a point, and also I'm not gonna get anything out of tonight. I am not getting anything out of Floth or Lork in terms of pathos about asking about his dead parents, but for later.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, I will.
His family.
I will probably send a message to Lord Palak at some point.
All
Probably
right.
probably not a full-on letter.
Next
but,
is
yeah.
the one from Barak.
Obama?
No, Barak, not Barak. Barak. Maybe Barak.
Yeah.
Barak. And to Loth's question, no, you can't get either of those. Not with this attitude, anyway. Also, physically, you can't get a large fry.
We don't have potatoes.
I don't think he knows what potatoes are. Yeah, the Barak letter was very straightforward. It was
Yeah.
pretty
I
easy.
guess if Loth lost his voice, I guess he can communicate via fork memes.
Sorry, that's me tapping back in. I was rereading my letter and I tapped back in. He's got fucking wow. Yeah, he's just building a fucking. If he gets a fourth panel, it's a 4 coma. Thanks for keeping us real, Home Slice.
Oh.
As opposed to Narissa, I think Enos will find that Barak often is the straight man of their two conversations.
Oh yeah, no. Inos has to be the one saying the wild shit, and Barak is just all like, "That's not how it works, Inos."
Fun idea, but no.
Also, I didn't have to put that extra fucking detail in about clock fobs, but I did have to think about what the hell he would be doing with his days anyway. Fun fact, because pocket watches used to be very important, you hung a lot of shit on your clock chain and fob.
Fair.
It's the equivalent of, like, shit you stick on your key ring these days. In fact, I think that's why it's called a key fob.
The keys.
Ordering and eating an entire family-sized pizza was a mistake.
We're 2
Yes,
for 2.
of course it was.
Lucky told you it was a mistake earlier today.
Sorry, I was going to say, have you not learned that from Lucky?
I was about to say we're 2.
Lucky also has that problem if he eats a whole ass pizza.
We're 2 for 3
You said
on
you
bad
did-
pizza experiences today.
I ordered sushi and it just no, I'm not finishing that. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah.
I
Bougie.
I
I
enjoyed
picture in
it.
my mind's eye how that would go wrong.
I enjoyed it.
It is
My body did not agree with me.
it is surreal to hear you guys talking lovingly about what's happening in Maine. Meanwhile, I'm crying over a goddamn Flock of Crows comic while eating pizza.
You're just a fucking peeps me. Like, Omega, where's the fucking peeps me? The guy like fucking crying. I try to make it. It's the peeps me. This is like a beer bottle with a beer of pizza, and he's crying. Is it the remote? It's his
Okay.
fucking like phone.
Okay.
All right, I have finished the reading one. My friend is
Okay.
still my friend. I probably will send him a short response, but it won't be overly long, and we can just keep up regular correspondence after that. Any other letters?
Yep. Yes, one final one.
One final one.
It's back from your response from Estelle.
Oh. Right.
I gotta say, this one, as I post it, this one is also long, but I struggled with this one a little. I wasn't sure how to get into it, but I started basically typing a short summary, and then it kind of like crystallized into like, oh no, that's an in-character line. Okay, I can run with this.
I found it gives it to simplify how I feel like when letters happen. This is how this goes.
Yeah.
Eh,
Dallas's reactions are so delayed.
sorry. Brain gooping from me.
Believe it or not, we've only been going for like 2 hours.
Dude, it feels like it's been simultaneously like 20 minutes and 8 hours.
Welcome to life. Yeah, it's been about my
think I
recording's
drank-
about 12:13, so probably like 12:15.
I think I've drank in about like
Yes, I got lucky.
4,000 milliliters of water the last 2 hours.
You haven't drank enough.
I giggled because Princess Belle, she caught me. Let's see here.
Yeah, if you really wanted to hide that one, I could have her roll some dice, but
Nah.
Estella's really good at languages and pretty good at empathy.
Meeting with Lord Verity. All right, cool.
I'm not sure what I'm hearing from Dallas.
I'm not sure either. Okay, I have read that one.
Dallas's dying sounds.
But also interesting. Prince Menaeus be meeting with the Lord Verity.
Wheels within wheels, circles within circles.
Dallas could never mute. Dallas not muting himself challenge. Possible.
Well, he might have
Little
background music. Not background music, background noise. It
Hey,
happens.
smartass. You're right, I can't mute myself.
Also, believe it or not, that same power that gives you the ability to do that, you also do have the ability to mute yourself. Just so you know, Dallas. You know, you can
No, I
hotkey it
know.
even.
All right. So I have read that. I will consider my letters and
brushes.
formulate responses at a later date. But with said
Yes.
information in hand, Inos would like to call a small meeting in our meeting room.
Team meeting.
Team meeting. Like I said,
Okay.
this is specifically inviting Konrad and Leslok, but any and everyone else is welcome to attend if they want to.
Well, considering it's only been like 2 days, Nicola isn't here.
Probably been
So-
more than a couple days, but you might still be.
Has
on
it been
vacation.
longer than a week?
I don't know.
Because like I said, Nicola
Probably
is
not longer
being
than a
gone for
week. I think it would be. It should be like 3 or 4 days for the run of letters to all those people to come back. You are sending them by Harpua, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, if because I did ask earlier, because on the 5th day, Nicola is going to visit Lady Brain,
Dame Blanche.
Dame Blanche.
Lady White, Dame Blanche, the Lady in White.
Lady White, that's what I was thinking of.
Damn Faye.
But yeah, no, Nicola wouldn't be here because he doesn't
Well-
exist right now.
You got your letter.
That's true.
I assume that is waiting in Nicola's room.
That's fair. We'll probably be distributed to you, but we are in the
Yeah.
like I said, the achronal blob time.
Blob time.
I was just offering a logical reason why it would be after, but
Well,
anyway.
The thing is, like, I do want to actually have that meet out with Lady White. I could do that in a flashback if we want to do it chronologically. I don't much
we can do
care.
that. Like I said, we're also not caring. We'll get to it. We'll see.
I have a bunch of
If
flashbacks.
you want to be in the
the
scene, you can be in the scene. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
I choose to do the old Republic method of my hologram is in the scene, but my character is not physically present.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
got a fucking dummy, and we put a sign with Nicola on it, and we're sitting it in
Actually,
a chair.
Wait.
That's
Yes.
really. All of these are really good.
Wait. I just put Nicola's coin on the dummy.
We're not doing that. We're putting the mannequin in.
You could technically do that. Let's not do it though.
No,
That's a
putting
little
it-
ludicrous. I don't think Inos and Konrad could keep a straight face if you do that.
No, we're just
Also,
putting a mannequin.
actually, technically, I think you do have to be touching the coin for it to work.
That's fair. I have to be holding the coin. I won't bother.
And featuring
Nice
Sir
try
not
that.
appearing in
Okay.
this meeting.
No,
The
like
only
I said,
thing
we're
you
getting
put
we're getting a
context.
straw man. We're putting, we're dressing it up in Nicola's clothes, and we're putting a sign that says Nicola on it, and sitting in a chair. He's part of the meeting. That's what we're doing.
Lester will laugh about it.
Okay. Go for it, please, Inos. Your meeting.
So, well, first off, who decides to show up to said meeting?
I'm
Logesh.
All right, cool. That's enough. So, Inos will, show up. He'll have a sheaf of papers in hand, and is like, "Oh, excellent, good. Sorry to gather everyone, but unfortunately, with everything we have been doing, that just means there is more to be done." He'll set the, the papers, at a place at a desk and sit down. Signal Emily or another servant, bring water and refreshment and stuff, because we might be here for a minute talking.
All this could be brought up.
Yes.
Actually, good question. You said in the meeting room. Because all of you would fit. You want to do this in the Marquess's solar, or do you want to actually do this around the big table?
I was thinking about
With-
the meeting table.
The big board.
Like I said, because I was expecting it, I wasn't expecting, excuse me. I wasn't just saying, it's just going to be a few of us, like any of the visiting, or any of the lords and ladies in attendance, maybe any of the heirs. If they
Well,
want to show up.
in that case, I would have to ask. So, and I will ask. You'd have to say what the meeting is about then,
Oh, it's true.
because they are kind of like your small counselors are kind of different purviews. So, unless you call in all hands,
Well, no, I'm
you're
not
just like,
calling
oh,
it
we're having a
meeting.
small meeting. It would be like, oh, what about?
Matters of diplomacy, upcoming events, and
Also, Dallas, I know you're sick. Hopefully, this is the crystallization of your desire to live and have life.
Do you want to mute me?
Because I need you. Yeah, I need you to discover the fucking mute button.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're clanking your glasses again. I'll kill you. Okay, you found the button. Okay, diplomacy,
future
events.
future events, and what do I want to call this? Sorry, I'm trying to think of the word. I'm gonna bring up the Shadow Pass survey and probably a culture collection, but I'm not entirely sure what I should call those. Along with talking about sending Aurelia and Co into the group, into the force. I'm not entirely sure how to phrase that. But I'll put it this way. There's gonna be the points that we're going to be talking about this meeting is establishing the Atoll Club in Stonehearth, starting the Shadow Pass survey, a cultural collection, and maybe, starting a private Pavic or Polar Galley for all the neat shit we find, and a the diplomatic mission to the Fog Vale, and the investigation into the Corbwood and Honeywood.
That may technically be served as multiple meetings then, because like quite a few. Actually, let me double check their dramatists, but like, your various banner lords and nobles are. Oh yeah, I did not actually know. I'll have to double check my notes about. Actually, no, that's right. I put it on that dramatis. I'm double checking where I put the stars to note who's in the Atoll Club.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously you guys are part of it. Oh no, I don't see any stars noted on any of the other members of the house. So that's like technically that's a discussion. It feels like for PCs only at this stage.
Okay. Well,
I don't actually think because I don't actually think, if they're not in my notes, that any of the other.
Well, you know what? I feel like thinking about who else will be attending this is probably complicating the situation too much. So let's hold it in the Marquess's solar, and if we need to start bringing other people involved in this, we will approach that when the discussion comes up.
That's fair, yes, because you can call them up as you need them.
Yes.
Like specifically, I was also thinking that if you were going to talk about like the Honeywood and Corbwood stuff, it would probably be good to invite Aurelia and all the other people you want to send on their end, because you've got a nice list. But
yes. So to keep it short, Inos will start the meeting by talking about how he has contacted the Iron Demons on potentially surveying the first part of the Shadow Pass, specifically the very short, not the very short, but it's short. The short, narrow, and tight squeeze of it, where we can't barely fit two people abreast, and to say nothing of cart and horses. If we are going to be traveling the Shadow Pass with much more regularity, we need to get working on that fast. Inos has opted to contact the Iron Demons for this project instead of the Mining Guild, as unfortunately it's only less than 2 months ago that we might have caused a minor ruckus with the Miners Guild, and they might not be feeling the most friendly for it.
a conversation maker for you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly in the salt mines, I think, but yeah.
That's still under the jurisdiction of the Miners Guild.
I logged the complaints, but I didn't think much of it.
So slight counterpoint to that, I guess.
You're not here. Shut up.
Okay.
Yeah, Dallas, you can't okay that. You went out of your way to be like, I'm not back yet.
He's got a point.
Despite the fact that I told you that time is unbound by your rules. You were like, no.
And unfortunately,
No.
I feel that strong and sharp is the way to do this, so we do not drag it out. So, Inos has...
What is your plan, Master?
Well, for right now, it is simple. Inos has written to his father to basically see if he can get an introduction to a good mining team who we can set to the project. The cost probably will not be astronomical, and if anything, we can be assured of Iron Demons are pretty good at keeping their secrets, so we do not have to worry about someone getting drunk and blabbing to all their friends. Unfortunately, as with all things, that will take time. Wow, my brain just skipped like a record.
Fun again, man.
Don't worry, none of us here can talk.
Yeah.
Me especially.
But
The only thing I have to add is you might see too involving the Stoneworkers Guild, even if it's just to get rid of all the stone that might be coming out from
I don't know if the stone is particularly of use to the stone.
yeah, there's always a use for some stone in some degree, even if we just grind it up.
Yes, but is the use worth the effort of making it though?
You have to ask the guild. I was just suggesting that rather than creating a big pile of stone somewhere.
Well, I'm sure the Miners Guild knows how to move their way stone, otherwise they wouldn't be much of a Miners Guild. I'm pretty sure they do not just walk into empty caves and find ore on the wall and bring that out in particular.
I thought we were involving the Miners Guild.
Yes, but you're talking about the Stonecutters Guild, so I was using something relative of it.
Hey, whatever.
Because I can definitely say that the Iron Demons do not just find ore on the wall and dig that out. Actually,
Well, not anymore anyway. Most of your obvious veins of stone are probably worked.
Yes. But if there's anything else you would like to add or to that potential project, no.
Marquess, thoughts?
I can't think of anything else at the moment. Sorry.
Do not apologize, Marcus. If you find no faults with the plan, then I have done my job well.
I mean, I guess. Sorry, I don't think I'm any. I don't actually think I'm anybody in this scene. But to the question, if Konrad is raising the concern of waste rock, the shadow pass on both ends is relatively out of sight. And getting like a lot of rock, you might want to move it because a pile could be obvious, but it's also the kind of thing of like, I guess that could fork back into a different discussion. Well, how secret are you planning on still keeping the shadow pass?
Oh, it probably won't be secret for long. Like I said, we will be announcing such things and whatnot, and I do not know if we'll necessarily get to the work anytime soon. But also, I do know that within the Shadow Pass, we do have elevation differences. The stone there might be useful to... I'm not entirely sure how it works, because unfortunately, masonry and stone cutting is not in my skills, but perhaps the stone may be repurposed into building paths, ramps, or other things in there. I don't know. I personally do not know. I would like, someone to get in there and look at things and tell me what's possible. The rock there could be very good rock. It could be very bad rock.
And this is where Logesh cracks his knuckles, where he remembers his talk about improving infrastructure.
But so until we, get in there, get a survey, and get some people chipping away to see how particularly useful the rock is, I don't want to necessarily start
excavating the whole pass.
Yes. Like I said, I have contacted Iron Demons for mining, but this is very much I have it in my notes as a survey. Like I said, I'm expecting the actual clearing of the tunnel will take place later. It's just one of those things to get started sooner rather than later.
Yes, to clarify, and Inos probably already got some again, it's been a few days, probably already got some lines back. Sorry, excuse me. Burst stuck over me. Surveying and stuff would probably be somebody from... I mean, it would make most sense to be somebody from your father's own circle, Greed, in terms of basic resource, production and handling. If you wanted to, know like the scale of the project, actual kind of like moving rock, crushing stone, that kind of thing would be Circle of the Sullen.
But with that, Inos, will shift the paper and turn to Konrad and just be like, he's Lord Konrad now, yeah. He's the Lord, because he's Lord of the castle.
Yes.
But, Lord Konrad, have you given any consideration what you plan to do with the wave, the Brotherhood of the Wave Riders Monastery in the tomb of Ceremonies Logi?
I had not given it much thought. I wasn't completely sure it was necessarily part of my lands. There's a stretch of water um, between it, and it was once the purview of a self-sustaining monastery.
Yes, but said monastery...
And then I look at the marquee. What do you say, brother? Max.
No, I'm sorry. I was thinking about it because I was trying to like.
No problem. I was just making. I wasn't sure if you were thinking about it or didn't hear it. So.
Rephrase the exact situation just so I make sure I didn't not be thinking of it wrong.
So, Inos is asking Konrad if he has any plans for the monastery atop of Lorelei Rock. Konrad says that rock doesn't belong to him.
Well, I specifically I'm not sure if it's within my purview to decide such things.
He says it doesn't belong to him, so he's asking you.
I'm just people that there's literally no one else maintaining it. It is in fully within your right to make it yours.
No, it's not. It is the king's land. You are the steward of the land. It is your choice whether to give it to my purview or not. I don't get to decide this.
I put it into your hands. Will you take care of it?
Yes.
Then it is yours.
All right. The plans I have thought of so far are to make sure that it's suitable for the Mer should they wish to return. I had not decided on anything to do with the places of significance on top.
Inos nods to that. It's like, I have started my inquiry into the House of Maren and have gotten in contact with one of the Order of Wind Witches. I'll be pinning a response to them soon. So we may wish...
Could you get a little on your mic?
Sorry, I was Gendo posing. That might have muffled me a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, it's like normally it's fine, but you're talking in Enos's kind of softer voice. Hold on, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Sorry about that. No, Lucky was yeah, no, my mouth was like under my hand, so
you guys don't know the amount of body language I put into some of this stuff for no reason because nobody can fucking see me. Anyway, yes, sorry, continue. Contact House Maren.
With one of the order on perhaps contacting the Mer. So that. On regards to the monastery, well, unfortunately, it is quite decayed. While the tomb itself is in a well state, the same cannot be said of the monastery. I am sure there is probably some cultural significance to the site, but I do not necessarily see I do not necessarily see a reason to keep the monastery as is in the future. I would like to suggest either one of two things. Well, one of two things after another thing. I do recall that back when our old Archbishop retired, he suggested 3 candidates that he would suggest to take over the position. Unfortunately, none of them made the cut in the eyes of our esteemed Pontifex Draconis. But one did stick out to me. Unfortunately, the name escapes me. Oh, what was it? What's the roll to remember something? Is there a roll?
I don't know if there is a roll normally. I'm pretty sure the characters would know which person you're talking about.
Yeah, but Lucky
But
himself
I'm
does
pretty
not
sure I can just
remember.
Feed you. Sorry, I'm just scrolling my tabs. Where the fuck?
Was he ever put down in the Dermatis?
I don't think so.
We're thinking about the one who is restoring.
Yes.
Yes, that's Prelate Vasil Ecclesius, and that would probably be on even if Inos doesn't remember it right away. It
Yes,
was
the one
suggested to Konrad, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
It's coming
yes,
back to me.
I'm aware of the prelate. I actually was directed to inquire with him about the restoration of the chapel at Castle Sjorberg.
Ah. There we go. Lord Konrad one step ahead, I see. But yes, if you have already inquired into his services, you might ask him to take a look into the monastery and see if, well, the amount of effort would be amount of effort it would to basically catalog all its cultural and historical significance and see if it would be better to rebuild it or tear it down. Like I said, if we rebuild it, well, I'm not entirely sure what we have a use for it, as we do not necessarily have a Brotherhood of the Wave Riders anymore. But it is something with a long history. If we tear it down, on the other hand, we could put something else in its place. Off the top of my head, I would suggest a lighthouse. I think it'd be... Oh, what's the... Shit,
By the way, canonically, I want to remind you all that because Nicola hasn't come back, none of you know anything about Prima Aqua yet.
Nope.
Nope.
You guys don't know about water magic.
Nope.
Nope.
I
may.
was trying to think like poetic, and I'll use the word. I think putting a lighthouse on top of Lorelei Rock would be quite poetic. Sorry, it took me so long to get that.
Would be useful. It does get foggy out there sometimes. I would probably like to hear back from the Mer, or if they're going to return before possibly. Though I guess they don't care too much about what's above the surface of the water.
No, as long as the sea caves are left alone, we should be okay. But I do want to bring up one other thing about that, and that is actually the cairn of Solomon Logi. If we do tear it down, well, actually, if we rebuild it or tear it down, we may have to, well, relocate him.
The cairn did seem to be in the best condition of the structures up there, so it may be the only thing that needs to be left behind, but if it would be safer, it is proper that he rests with family after all.
Yes, I would suggest moving his did we say sarcophagus? Coffin? What was he in?
Sarcophagus, yeah. He's in a big stone thing, so.
Sarcophagus. I would suggest moving
Which will be a pain in the ass to get off that mountain, but somebody got it on that mountain, so.
Hey, this is what we have nameless mooks for.
Enough dudes. Just put enough dudes will get it done.
Maybe
all
Make
like
a treasure plus might roll, move coffin. It won't take that many men.
We may also want to see if our resident antiquarian wants to go visit the mount.
That is true as well. I do need to actually speak with Lord Wayland on some of the relics that I brought back from Lorelei Rock, but he may wish to go see it in person as well. I will bring it up to him as soon as I am able. But I did just want to put that into your head, Lord Konrad. Like I said,
There's
also
many.
cleared up a small thing with the rock itself, so I shall make sure it maintains its etheric balance. He kind of looks around at the sorcerers at that point.
I think etheric balance is probably the best way to put it, but also we probably don't want anything nasty moving in before the come to check it out. That I feel that would drive down the property value.
We just need a proper custodian on them. You've just been on
Also,
watch for so long, so
We'll
she's a
see
custodian.
about
I really
Also-
wish I was a person in the setting, because when Leslok says that, I would say, "Your lordship, you just picked a proper custodian." Point at Konrad.
yeah.
That's what he meant.
You
That's
literally
what I mean.
just did that.
I mean, yeah, it's like it
Well,
needs
you
one.
phrased
So
it
it's
as
like,
kind of like if there was such a thing, but it's like, yeah, no, you did that.
no, I meant as in like
I'll
it
I'll
needs
make
one
sure
to,
that
like,
there's
dictate
some
it.
patrols of some sort that go out to the island every now and then.
Very wise indeed, Lord Konrad. Let's add Protector of Lorelei Rock to your list of titles.
considering your efforts.
right.
No, do not.
Once again, I'm not real.
Silence.
I am the prank playing Sylvanus upon your wall with his beard made of socks. But hey, if you want me to take a note, you want me to take a note.
God, that feels like that'd totally be like the political cartoon version of Sylvanus.
Omega has usurped my role as the sock man.
Oh gosh. I
There
was
must
gonna
always
comment
be
like on his
a
efforts in
soft
killing the
man.
bloodfin, but like, yeah, never mind.
I was like, also, I am curious to. Also, we know what was before and we know what's after, but we do not know necessarily what happened to drive the merfolk out from Lorelei Rock. There seems to be a story there we do not know.
We should also consider how we can even let them know it's safe to come back.
Apparently, our Lord Marquess was thinking too much about his darling Darissa to hear that I have been talking to the Order in order to ferment communications with the Mer.
No, you're right.
I also,
Put up a for rent sign.
didn't do that whole prayer thing to Oceanos just for show.
No.
It was a very
I
nice
was
show,
hoping, he might relay it to his children. You never know.
There's always hope.
though. There is hope. But we shall take every available means that we can.
Hey kids, they kicked the demon fish out of the rock. You can go back.
It's Oceanos!
But
I mean, my other joke, I was gonna say,
Oh, that
Konrad and Leslok have that conversation. There's always hope, and it's like, just Inos looks at the camera and whistles innocently, like he doesn't own 2 or 3 spells, or technically like ask Degatasfina directly, "Hey, what's up? Is this cool? Can I know about this?"
I do no, we have Mother Gaia being Vision of the Earth is very much kind of a direct line, aren't they?
I mean,
God.
they're filtered through the fact that one of your goddess's domains is the concept of secrets and hidden things. So,
Yeah.
like,
God,
you get some mixed messages, but yes, you do. It's
feel like
fun
it-
how each different deity relates to the others in their sorcery. Like, Sylvanus very rarely offers you direct aid, but
I was
like,
about to say that, like, I think
you
anything
do some
asking
weird
Sylvanus
shit.
for
He'll
help.
tell you something funny.
I think it's thing asking Sylvanus for help would just be unreliable 80% of the time.
Well, guess what answers your question when you cast Mirror Mirror?
Yeah.
Never mind
That would technically be him.
It's surprisingly accurate. It just has a sense of humor about it.
It's very direct, but no,
No,
like
it's very simple.
do-
He'll
Actually, wait, I
be
was
straightforward
about to say
with
you do
you
know.
if he likes you.
you don't know yet, but will know shortly in the future that one of the domains of Okeanos' sorcery is a form of prognostication. So there is room for signs and symbols to be communicated. Anyway, yes, continue.
Anyway, okay. So, I'll keep everyone appraised. Lord Konrad, I will trust you to handle the matters with the Order of Saint Marinus and other such things. I do not believe you need me standing. I was going to say over your shoulder, but you're actually quite taller than me. No. Maybe under your arm.
Leaning to my back? I don't know.
Right. On
The
the
Enos
matter.
on your back.
Yes. on the matter.
Logesh knows all about the Inos on his back.
Inos on my back is telling me to do things.
It's like he's
Well,
there
now I'm
right
just
now.
thinking about
Turn
the
around.
floor
He's
cloth.
just
I'm thinking about the floor cloth posted. Grab his
Grab
gun.
his gun.
Bow, bow.
No, not my advocate. Not my gun.
But, alright. But that's that. Now, on something...
No, I'm sorry. Loth broke me. I'm just imagining Inos with Salem's like, meow voice from the fucking Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
I don't care. I still think that is one of the best TV cats. Oh my fucking god.
It was.
No. Salem from the live-action Sabrina is great.
Anyway.
The puppet was pretty good, too, but they also had a stunt cat for it.
Yeah.
Great cat.
In contrast,
yeah.
Puppetry.
Inos continues. With that, I want to bring up something adjacent. My good Marquess, I have realized that in the course of the past several months, we have been traveling hither and yon and picking up a weird eclectic of knickknacks and other such things here and there. And we're not necessarily doing anything with them. Hang on, I have to pull up my note here. Oh, like right now, like we can say we have. You can say we have a Cyclops Eye, the twin swords of Ceremonies, the ancestral dragonbone sword Firefang, and the merfolk turtle shell. We also have, the pirate fact of the former Bloody Brad, and I'm pretty sure if we root around in our back rooms, we can find probably some other interesting or cultural items that, someone may look upon and go, "What, you really did that, your Lord Marquess?" And you can go, "That's right, I did." And they can be suitably impressed at you.
Will that sealing box count?
No, technically not. It would, if the sealing box had the poltergeist still in it, yes, it would actually be quite. But right now, it is just an empty box.
I have been kind of considering something similar, though it was not something I was thinking about immediately.
Well, I know we like to keep pushing things off for when we have more time for things, but if we keep pushing things off for when we have more time for things, we're never going to have time for those things.
The time is now.
It's like, even if we do not put action to words, we should at least have the words.
You're right.
You have to start on projects before they get finished.
Mm-hmm.
Also, technically, I lied. I am a person in this scene because unless you would exclude him, Everhelm is here.
Mhm.
But also, Everhelm definitely doesn't have nearly these many things to add. He just, kind of stands in the back and says, "Yes, of course you much."
He's just bored of
Close your
Logesh in the corner.
And it's like,
He's not bored. He's paying very close attention. He's also probably getting his ass kicked at Quattram right now.
it's like, I'm sure you have been thinking of it, Lord Marquess, but allow me to add my input. If you were to basically make a private gallery, or even a public gallery, if you would, of these objects, people can basically come upon them, see the achievements you have wrought in your rule so far.
You almost said in his reign.
Yeah, I know.
We can't do the title drop until after I'm dead.
Well, no, Reign has a very different vibe than Rule.
Also true.
Yes.
Fair. My sovereignty score is a bit too high to say I have a reign kind of going on.
But
No, you're reigning.
No, but it's like the only problem is that I do not think that Stonehearth itself is necessarily quite suited for it. I would not say that space is at a premium, but we do not necessarily have a large gallery in which we may put, art, cultural displays, skeletons, and whatnot in it. We would have to find, well, for lack of a better word, somewhere else. Unfortunately, I do not have a great idea on what to do on that. If you wanted to, we could maybe go build the expensive gallery over in Brighton, or Brenton, excuse me. I guess that is a center of art and culture within Teine, and a gallery there would probably be most welcome among the architecture. Or of course we could try to finagle something here in Stonehearth, so your collection is only a trip down the hall.
Psst. Logesh.
Yep, sorry, I was busy typing.
I know. You might be working on a thing with some guys.
With you guys?
No. But they're talking about gentrifying the neighborhood in Stonehearth.
Okay, hold on, sorry. I'm still out of it, so please insert whatever you think the appropriate Logesh reaction is here.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, Inos is talking about either making space elsewhere or trying to find space in Stonehearth. I was just trying to remind you that technically you're still on a task to handle some Smith's boys that you're kind of open-ending. And, allegedly they have, broken, rundown buildings they hang out in. You could find a use to removeth the buildings and relocate the men to have something else to do.
Well, luckily, put a pause in this game. Luckily, it's a good thing you bring that up, Inos. Recently in my charge, I've been brought to the attention of a certain group of ruffians. And I was thinking of a good way to help turn them around, so to say, instead of just doing the normal thing when it comes to this to ne'er-do-wells. And Loth is currently struggling to find the words. So please, just take whatever Omega was suggesting and put it in my mouth, because holy shit.
I will note that the Justiciar Logesh has an interest in maybe gentrifying a neighborhood for the gallery and somehow turning this into, and somehow I'm just gonna put it as that you're in favor of gentrifying the Stonehearth rather than building it out in Brenton, because that meets your own agendas.
Yes. Also, this is exactly how I'm feeling right now. I'm fucking
using 100% of his brain.
Well, I can't even manage that.
I'm trying.
Please,
Yeah, it's like,
Got him.
I thought that idea of using Brenton, but honestly, it'd be better if it's actually closer to Stonehearth, if it's like an extension of like what we actually get ourselves, instead of putting it like to a dedicated, like separate location in the country.
Well, like I said, if we do it here, we probably will have to demolish some parts of, well, some of the more. Inos is actually kind of pausing here as he's trying to find a nice way to say it. Probably the more downtrodden areas. Not all of Stonehearth is a slum, but we do have several areas where maintenance is not upkept, the law is a little bit loose, and things are not as shiny as they could be. That also means that generally such locations are the easiest to, well, demolish. You try to demolish something down on the main market street, you're gonna have you're gonna raise hell with the common folk and the merchants. Not so much.
Unless you pay out the nose.
Yes.
That I think can come from Everhelm even.
Yeah.
Not my nose.
Leslok's opinion of it is more of, it's better to deal with a building that no one's actually totally maintaining than to deal with something people are actually living in right now, like directly.
Yes. But while I am in favor of that, that is going to actually take a lot of work, because you can't put a diamond on top of a pile of on a pile of shit and call it good. if you were to build the art gallery in the area, you would basically have to start a project to renovate the entire area. Which would be good for the area, but there are always going to be people who don't like that sort of thing, and such people who will rebel against such a thing. Even if it is their piece of shit shack on the corner, it's their piece of shit shack on the corner.
I mean, I go with squatting rights in Trichrone.
You're the Marquess, so there aren't any.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Like
Yeah, okay.
technically, if there's no, deeded land that says they've bought the rights to use it, which, is usually how cities go. They're chartered to parcel out the land and stuff. It's all under your purview. But as Inos has mentioned, there is a practical effect that just because they don't have...
Excuse me.
Sorry, I'm just like, Your Lordship, just because your peasants don't have legal rights doesn't mean they don't have the ability to throw bricks.
Quite true.
But
So I don't know if you want to build a brick throwing problem on your doorstep mere months before summer court.
That's
Yes.
fair. But
so
maybe we should plot out the validity, how I guess
We can think
How-
about it.
yes,
we should scope out how the functional plan would be if we
I
tried.
do think that something of getting the people's feelings and seeing the general sentiment of such a plan should be probably handled by our good Justiciar, as I do believe that the Smith boys are probably running, well, I won't say rampant, they're probably more just kind of stewing in said area. But that is enough on that. We shall move swiftly on. So,
Yeah, this is something. This is basically this is a Logesh problem.
oh, land is okay, cool, perfect.
Yeah, I mentioned that
Okay.
before. It's one of the duties that the Justiciar is allowed to do is basically like, this guy says, he's got this going on this land. This guy says he's got this going on. The Justiciar goes, yes, according to my eyeballs, here's what the property lines are.
Right now,
That
I
sort
wish.
of thing. So.
According to my eyeball, it all belongs to the Marquis.
Fuck you, get off.
Get off.
And this is why Logesh has a very strong polearm skill.
And this is how revolution begins.
So what you both don't understand is that actually my name is on the deed. You just don't know it yet.
That's a method.
So we are about a month away, but I do think that we should actually start putting actions to words now. But if we are going to be heading through the Shadow Pass into the Vogvale to meet with the Vale folk, we should probably start cementing details now. I am taking it that we will not be able to keep the good Marquess away from this adventure, so we have already committed that. That is basically, as was mentioned earlier, a gift straight from the horse's mouth. I do believe that the Marquis showing up to the doorstep will demonstrate succinctly our sincerity in this action. Of course, as your master of ceremonies and diplomatic advisor, I as well will be going. And we are definitely confirmed that, and we have not gotten anything back yet, but I am willing to put some crowns on it, that House Eck will probably be sending some representatives from their side as well. We previously mentioned Lady Cressida joining us as well, as she may have some unique insights into the situation and be able to advise you accordingly. Have you spoken to her on the matter?
No, he forgot to ask. I'm sorry, I'm not here.
Because of timey-wimey bullshit, I technically could have, actually.
I mean, if you want to say timey-wimey, you did. You can say you did.
I talked about a few other things, but just didn't show all of it, because it was like a whole evening. Just because my brain's cooked doesn't mean Leslok's is.
Now it goes to the flashback part.
So
That
you
one
don't have
does
to.
go pretty far. Let me see. I'm pretty sure you did say last time that you meant to bring it up, but we also do have a laundry list of things to bring up.
Yeah, so
I know that conversation did get a little cooked. Even if you haven't mentioned it exactly when this meeting has happened, which is unfortunately at a specific time because Dallas enforced the constraints of time and space upon us.
but
You
my
can just
question
simply
to
bring it
her-
up when you speak to her next.
Send him to the
and
shower
also
room.
So clearly Dallas said, Zawada!
The laws of time and space are mine.
I just think I could have also Leslok would have just asked beforehand because
all
they would have
right.
brought up beforehand.
All right, well, we will smudge this part a little bit and move on. Of
Yeah.
course, as your cavalier, Everhard will be going as well, and the good Lord Wayland has already suggested his daughter Ike to come along as well, so he may look upon the culture. Nicola will probably be going, as you are going.
Konrad points to the stuffed Nicola. Do you have any objections, the court physician? I don't hear any.
Neither do I.
The mannequin shakes its head.
Oh fuck! It's a straw Tarquin.
No.
A straw man sounds interesting, but no.
Begins getting up and spider crawls across the desk.
Oh, fire! But
all right, smash it with my sword.
Is a spider? Get it off.
Logesh, would you be joining on this expedition as well?
Yes.
Okay. Well, honestly, at that point, I think we probably will have enough people. Our previous foray into the Shadow Pass was with the threat of combat and pirates, and while I do not discount that there might be a scuffle here, I do not think it'll necessarily be to the same scale. Like I said, with let's see here, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us just right now. Wait, am I doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yes.
You didn't mention Mainwall.
There's a floor image I have to copy and
Mainwall,
paste
that's correct.
again.
And
Nine.
Mainwall, that's 9. Yes.
9.
That was many people we came in there last time. I think actually less actually.
And
That would
really,
be
is it?
less.
No, because we brought all the heirs, and
What I'm saying is like we're going. There's likely to be less people than we did the first time.
well, yeah, no, but also like I am expecting 2 to 3 people from House Ech.
Sure,
Oh,
you don't know that how
right.
many that is.
Yeah,
yet,
so-
because that's still again the time is not fermented to finish that one.
Yes. Now that does give question minutes what everyone else will be doing at the time, but I believe that I'll leave that conversation for after this next bullet points. So, as you know, we'll be going to the Fogvale to meet with the Vale folk and entreat with them the matters of diplomacy and bringing back a representative to meet with the High King for summer court. Generally, when one does... I'm sorry, did someone say something?
Well, I just pick up and say like yes.
okay.
Like yeah, exactly. That was planned.
Sorry. Usually, in matter of diplomacy, something that helps grease the wheels is gifts. Things of that can, impress upon them our strength and ability without necessarily shoving our swords in their faces. We did not necessarily get a long look at the Vale folk as we were, trying to escape a broken ship and other such strange things.
Crap.
But I did take a few notes of a few things. They do not seem to have a lot of metal in the Fog Vale. From what I recall about their history, they did seem to have some very fertile lands, but I do not recall hearing a lot about metalwork operations. I do believe a lot of the weapons that I saw there were very poorly made and, poorly maintained. I do believe one of the Macintosh sisters, the older one, I believe, had a fine blade, but I think that might have been
Heirloom.
an heirloom, a mark of status, something. It was important. So, While I do not suggest us actually directly bringing swords and whatnot, I do believe that we could bring such things as metal tools to them. Good knives, axes, things of that nature. Konrad,
Would perhaps bringing. I know I'm not here, but I can put this. This isn't a complex idea. Raw materials like just metal ore.
If
No, they'll need some
if
more
the
for
Shadow Pass was not a fucking bottleneck, maybe. And also, this is our first meeting, so we don't want to.
Right.
We don't want
I
to.
keep forgetting we have to go through the magical wizard door.
Yes. But Konrad, you are well versed in the matters of metal and want. Do you have any other suggestions?
Oh, well, if their weapons are pretty well used, I can only imagine what their tools would be like. Bringing some, hatchet blades, some saw blades, maybe a hoe or two. You could definitely whip those together with not too much effort.
Yes. If we bring a few of each, we can probably.
Maybe some boar spears. They have lots of boars there, right?
I don't know, but a good boar spear is never a bad idea. But yes, let's.
Oh no, it's the golden pork.
But yes, let's make a fine gift of some metal tool heads as well. And we can probably add a few other things, like some of our local seasonings and maybe some bolts of cloth. Like I said, they do not seem to have leather armor. Seem to be mostly, I mean, they do not seem to have metal armor. Seem to be mostly leather and hide. So I'm guessing. No, the more I think about it, they actually probably don't have that much of a farming culture. They probably rely a lot on hunting and the bounty of the forest. Maybe a bit of animal shepherding, if the goats were anything to indicate.
Yeah, they could have some like gardens and stuff also.
It's true.
Especially if the land's limited.
It also would be a good showing of what we are good at if we bring them some, I guess, like freshly.
Yes, Marquess. I said, this is the point of diplomacy. We're showing how cool we are to them and that they will want to be our friends.
I wonder who their best fighter is.
Sorry about that over there.
Well, we should probably actually
Too late, I'm worrying about it now.
Honestly, Konrad does have a little bit of a point. We do know that they do have some sort of military force. We will have to consider that. There are and if they have been living in the Fog Vale, isolated from the rest of the realm for all this time, with who knows what going on in there, they could have some formidable fighters over there. It's like we should, and like I said, we are going to be strangers in a strange land at that, and we do not know necessarily how their culture has developed over the centuries, as strange that is to say.
Oh, yeah. The goal is to go with approach with an open hand and maybe hear their history.
I do believe the phrase's more sentence is an open hand in front, a closed fist behind.
True.
When something walks off, they carry big stick.
Yes. There are various phrases, but no, we will go in friendship, but we must be prepared for the danger and the need to defend ourselves. But I do believe that is enough on that. We will basically finalize our final preparations once we hear back from the House of E. Now, this one's going to be a little bit more interesting. But while we are off through the Shadow Pass to visit the Fogvale, we're gonna have several people left behind who may have nothing better to do but twiddle their thumbs. I say that in jest. But there are several things that we need to be doing in Realm, and I do think that we can probably delegate it to we can delegate some of it. Very specifically, we need to be looking into more places of power. And I think, and we do that. And we do know that 2 locations are potentially the Corbwood and the Honeywood. Each covered by House Ama and House Gladwin, respectively. So I wish to put forth this idea, and if you find it agreeable, we should bring it up with those involved. But
Probably best.
Lord Marquess, I think we should task Aurelia with leading an investigation.
I was like at the ponders it for a moment. It's like, do you have anyone else in mind besides just her?
Well, as I say, she is leading it. She would have more than that, because, of course, Moira will go with her. I would like to also have her lady in Wadey, Erwin Wayland, go with her, just to also have a Wayland in the crew. That amuses me for some odd reason. I would also ask Alestra to go as well, along with both the heirs to Aemir and Gladwin, Thorin and Matthias. I think between the 6?
Yeah.
The 6 of them, they should have the necessary skills, knowledges, and the strength to protect themselves from whatever dangers they may have.
I know it's mostly out of character, but I'm just painting the scene in my head, and I'm just like, every time you guys do a number, I'm just picturing you guys counting on your fingers and then checking with the others anyway.
Omega, you don't know it? I actually held up my fucking 5 fingers and one. Just went, 6? I did do it.
Like, I feel like we keep doing that with numbers, so it's just like, that's just in my vision of the scene.
Again, I don't think Inos is like great at quick math.
Probably not. So Enos might do that. But, like I said, because that fuck...
Oh my god! My mind.
What the fuck?
But it's like, as I said, Aurelia and Alestra have been coming into their own recently, and I may be a bit biased as their instructor, but I do want to get them to get out there and have their own experiences, their own adventures, if you will. If they're constantly going around with us, well, what we do will generally overshadow what they do.
True.
I would like for them to
At
have
the age I wanted.
Konrad looks once again to the straw man of Nicola. Nicola, do you have any problems with your sister going off and doing these things? No, he agrees. He's fine.
Thank you, Logesh.
Konrad doesn't even wait for the dummy to like shift slightly.
I was like, again, we should bring it. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go.
It's like, let's ignore the distant screaming and the wind. It's nothing.
Oh, Nicola. While Nicola is overprotected,
Nicola would have no issues as long as she goes with Aurelia.
Yeah.
Also, because that means if she goes with Aurelia, she goes with fucking
Moira.
Moira, and I trust Moira to kill things.
Enos
I saw what happened with those fishmen.
Enos will say, while Nicola is overprotective, he's not necessarily smothering overprotective.
No, he's more embarrassing overprotective.
Yes. So no.
So we need to make sure he comes with us, so he's not following them around.
You'd be tempted, yes.
I remember him doing that in Lampclair.
No, genuinely, yes. That is the when you make sure that he will not force her to not go places, but the key is to make sure Nicola has jobs to do elsewhere.
But like I said, as we said, Lord Marquess, you are the Marquess. Do you find that sort of arrangement agreeable?
I do.
All right.
I will spare the humoring of a few others.
All right. I will ask them on the internet and see if they are willing to do such a thing.
Spoilers, yes.
We'll try to sneak after us.
Leslok is having thoughts about how, like, Aurelia would totally say yes to going to an adventure. I would have said yes. I know her enough to, like, she'd say yes, too.
I mean, it all depends on if she realizes that we're sending her off so that she doesn't come with us.
I mean, it's column A, column B. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to keep her busy, but also am trying to, what's the term I want to say?
Not take her back to the fog veil.
Multitasking
because we
isn't
don't-
quite the right word, but we're kind of multitasking. We're attempting to delegate proportionally, basically.
It's also because if we brought her to the fog, she wouldn't have anything to really do besides just kind of stand around, and, like being like I guess
You know
talk.
that.
Yeah, I don't know that. But, other than that, I do believe that is the main thing. I do want to bring up, Marquess, as I am in charge of matters of diplomacy and making you look good for the people. This bonfire festival, you are going to go to the, the main ceremony at the Temple of Thousand Candles. Maybe give a bit of a speech and show maybe a bit of a donation for them. Like I said, they have a long history of supporting the realm, and I think it'd be good for your image if you showed a bit of support in return.
Of course. And I think Nicola also uncovered more things about the history of the records without a different temple.
Well, we did find the writings of. I know it starts with an S. What was it?
Sandradiga?
Sandradiga. Thank you.
Sandradiga,
Sandradiga there. Who knows what else might be there? On that note, no, we still have the matter of finding, Sandradiga's resting place. All we know that is somewhere within the Pitchstone Plains. And while Conti did do a bit of research into it, we did not necessarily come up with anything tangible. So I'm not exactly sure where we go from there. That's like, unfortunately, at this point, we might as well just go every 5 feet over the land and tap it with a hammer see if anything rings hollow.
Hey, Inos, guess what? You've just invented archaeology.
If it comes to that, I do believe we have the funds, but that will be a very, very long time.
Palak is our antiquarian, right? Everything is
Wayland's our antiquarian.
Yeah, well, it's antiquarian. Palak is a master stonemason.
Yes.
Right. Yes. Okay. I mean, we always could ask Wayland, just I guess organize a team to start surveying for everything of antiquarial value, but that would also still take a few years. Just probably find something.
It would still, yes. It would still take a while, and while Lord Wayland is a man who is talented and skilled in the matter, he is also a lord of his house. He is also quite busy with his own affairs. We should definitely take on his advisement, what we can do, and maybe see if we can find some people to work on his behalf. But we should refrain from trying to tie down the good lord, personally.
We'll notify him. Maybe he can.
Especially because, strictly speaking, right now, you guys are still coming off of
The silver
Inos
mines?
Yeah, we
on
have
his way to tap a new silver vein.
Yeah.
Yeah, work on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so no. Again, this is one of those things. NPCs do not have infinite time.
They're busy on other projects right now.
Yes.
Well, and I will say this. I think that Enos' statement is not incorrect, that, we shouldn't bother them. But I do want to say, strictly speaking, the way, it works, if the Marquess makes a request, they are, if it's reasonable, supposed to, be ready and willing to drop things to put it in. But that means that then they are dealing with others. They are not dealing with other things. So
Yes.
you have to be careful about
This thing is not.
just asking your NPCs to do every single little thing, because then they will have a backlog problem and not good.
Unlike the silver vein is actually to the wealth of the realm, surprisingly, or not unsurprisingly. This other thing is not as prescient. It'd be nice to have done, but it's supposed to take way fucking longer than the silver vein.
Yeah, no, like I said, Inos may actually invent archaeology, I guess, because again, listening from what we know at the Pitchstone Plains, we don't actually have a good location, so it's literally going to be like, hey, that looks like an interesting piece of land over there. Let's go fucking excavate it, in a grid square and see if we find anything.
Well, and this is the power of delegation. None of your characters have student of archaeology, expert antiquarian, like you haven't started building those skill bases. So what you do is you ask somebody, and presumably somebody who knows about these sort of things. There are dedicated, reliquarian orders in the church. The concept of antiquarianism has been around for probably at least 100 years or more. There will be people who will have more on the point survey methods.
And before we just make up
What
the
exactly
sorcery
those
for
are,
that,
you don't need to know about.
we just make the seismograph sorcery.
Yeah, I should double check how cave sense works if you're not in the cave itself. I think you got to
Listen, I mean, if you need help, I'm sure you can ask Mainwall to throw some stones and stuff, and he might be able to give us a direction.
There probably is a Stoneheart thing way to just sense anything within a body of rock.
That is a good idea.
You also know the mountain do have an inherent, stone sense, they call it.
That is probably a good idea. Once we are done with the Shadow Pass, I may inquire with that. But with that, my good fellows, I believe that is everything that I had. Well, actually, hang on. Sorry, let me double... Nope, that was I'm sorry, my fellows, I lied. This is actually more specifically for...
As you pull a piece of paper out of your pocket.
Yes. First off, this is... This one's more specific for Konrad and I. I have spoken to Princess Nerissa and Princess Estelle on the matter of the Atoll Club, and I have a list of recommendations for what the princess is looking for in a location. At some point, I would like your assistance in seeing if we can find one and secure it for our own use.
Sure. You can do that.
Like I said, we will not be able to, quote-unquote, open the Atoll Club until we have the vote, but there's nothing to say that we can't get everything else ready in the meantime. Princess Estelle did inform me that we have to vote in a new club, which means a gathering of the members, which will not be until Summer Court at the least.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. On the matter of the princess, I did actually make an inquiry to Princess Nerissa, excuse me. I made an inquiry on the dragon bone, and apparently that can be quite a valuable source of income. Personally, I would like to keep some of the dragon bone for a personal interest, as well as maybe we can keep some for, I don't know, maybe a display in our eventual cultural exhibit. But other than that, unless someone wants to start cranking out dragon bone weapons and armors, we should probably sell it. Or gift it. I do want to apologize, Marquess. I have already made a gift of the dragon bone in your name to your intended. I thought it would be a good move.
It's a good idea, though. I should have mentioned this a bit earlier that
I think all I want is maybe
not
rib or something.
Well, not direct.
Be like a good long piece, wouldn't it? Yeah, probably.
We should probably assess how much there is and how much we get once we pull it out.
I just want one rib.
Well, on that matter, she has, the good Princess Nerissa has mentioned that the Master Scrivener would probably like a sample or to see the deposit himself to maybe ascertain it. Unfortunately, I do not think we can necessarily start the excavation of it anytime soon, as that is through the Shadow Pass, and past the fairly dangerous, the fairly dangerous vents of miasma. I don't know if we actually understand fucking volcanic gas, so I'm just gonna call it miasma.
I feel like our demons would most people understand it.
You could call it miasma. Like you would know that it's venting gases of a volcanic nature, but the actual way that like historical cultures talked about it was, just like plumes of poison smoke and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call it the miasma. And it's like
poisonous fog.
The miasma.
The pog, if you will.
I should just mention that in between the times at Summer Court when I'll be dealing directly with the meeting, the actual court itself, I will be going to Nerissa to the location for the wedding.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You kind of mumbled there at the end for me.
Well, we're not actually doing the political meetings. Nerissa and I will be going around to find a location for the wedding.
Oh, that sounds actually quite romantic. I won't be looking for a wedding, but I also do plan to take out the Princess Estelle, Paloma Espada, and probably a half dozen blood shields out to maybe some scenic locations as well. It would probably not be as romantic.
I would not think you wouldn't try.
Grins at the mention of Paloma.
Yes, actually, speaking of Paloma, Konrad, be ready for a rematch, I feel. I think that your actions and my words might have...
I'd be extremely disappointed if I didn't get a rematch.
Right, you were the one. Right, you did break her sword during the tourney.
I think.
It wasn't really her sword. We were using the.
It was a testing sword, but she was holding it. Yes.
Yeah.
It was still impressive.
It's like.
I noticed it as I was getting wrestled to the dirt.
What's the Espada saying? You know, do not ask for, you know, mercy or forgiveness. Only, what was it, like, revenge? I can't remember what it was. What was it?
What is the way is promised?
Is that the promise of steel?
No, because
No.
when they were under, like, when the founder was under attack, she first asked for mercy, then was it mercy, forgiveness, and then she just asked for revenge, and then that's when she just pulled a bolt of lightning from the fucking air and went to fucking town.
And I don't remember what the middle one was, but it's like, you know, let's see. Oh, that's also not even the right fucking tab. Open up the correct one, please.
See, I like remembering the lore, but I don't remember the lore well.
I've been there too.
Let's see. Where is the note about the Thunderer? So she, to tell you, because you read this in the book, and
Yes.
This was in the book that Leslok also read, so you would remember this exactly. It was she, when her father Adamos the Unbreakable went into battle, she prayed for mercy. It went unanswered because he was crushed. When she prayed for guidance, she didn't get anything. When she prayed for justice, a bolt of lightning crashed from the heavens, and then the saying ends with, "I will not pray for forgiveness."
Ah, okay. That's what it was. I was like, I don't know if we're at the asking for justice part, but I do think that Paloma Espada might have a bit of a chip on her shoulder over the events at the Dragon Festival.
Make sure that we're
It'll be a good fight then.
Oh, I dare say.
Go.
And so, like I said, the tournaments, from all that I know, the preparations for Summer Court are progressing smoothly. There'll have to be some fine details that we'll have to hammer out at the very end, but those details can't be hammered out until the very end. Some things are just like that. So, the preparations for the technology fair and the dueling tournament are proceeding apace.
Thank you to Omega for the reminder. Let me have a look at something quickly.
Same as well.
Yeah. I'm just a little goblin in your right now.
There you are, and I appreciate that.
The sword just fucking.
Listen, I'm
I'm
weaving a theme, okay? There's a subtext going on right now, which may be spoilers that you guys are through no fault of your own, except it's absolutely the fault of your own. You guys might be building up a little bit of a rivalry with the Southerners.
I'm not against it.
You guys are building a vibe.
Who are we counting as Southerners in that statement?
Telepathy.
Well, it's the primarily from Tempest, but I did at least mention in the letter back from Noctiluca that there are some members of Baron Oros' court who are a little perplexed by the favor the House of Logi seems to be receiving.
Because I am personally trying to smooth relations between House Logi and House Marin. That's my
That
job.
one seems to be going okay. That one's, you know why that one's rough, and that's not your fault. That's absolutely Baroness Coraline Marin's fault.
Actually,
She really should let the whole sins of the fathers thing go. But you know,
it is
we're here.
It is a little bit Leofric Logi's fault.
Don't
he's
worry.
not here to-
I'm not gonna I got a plan for that one. Don't worry. I've mentioned it before. It might get me
Oh,
shot,
God.
but it'll totally work.
But
Oh God!
strictly speaking,
I swear to
Leofric
God.
is dead, so he can't do anything about it anymore. So it is mostly Baroness Marin who's digging her heels in.
Yes.
Like, as far as you know, her kids are cool with you guys, thanks to,
I hope you know.
Nicola and the rest's efforts.
I hope you know. In this specific relationship and interaction, I will throw you under the bus so quickly if you involve me.
Oh no, trust me, it will not. Trust me, it will not involve you. It will not involve your relationship with the Marin twins either. It is solely.
Okay.
It is my plan is solely.
I will say this:
That's
no,
very
Nicola
brave.
is correctly very afraid of the Baroness because he has literally had her to his face consider whether or not she can get away with shooting him.
You see,
That
here's
is
the thing.
my.
See, this is why Enos is not
Wow.
afraid. Enos is just assuming he's going to get shot.
Well, just believes he'll just live through it.
Yes. Guns
No, I
are
live.
metal. Swords are metal.
You have a rig for this.
I have an esoteric for this.
That too.
No, I'm dead.
A bullet is made of lead.
No, I'm dead serious. Enos, butt naked, has AR2 against metal.
No, it's actually true. Yeah, no, he has the metal heart,
which means unless
iron
she rolls
doesn't like
really
to hurt him.
well.
Well, I take that back. Butt naked with a ring.
Now,
But yeah, if
the Baroness orders him flogged, then you might be in trouble.
Yes, but if the Baroness
If
orders
she-
me flogged, then we have a whole diplomatic incident between the houses.
Yes, no.
that's
Enos is
Yes,
considering
being
whether or
shot
not
wouldn't be
she'll be so offended by what Enos proposes that she just draws her pistol and plugs him.
And then surprisingly, it just falls off of him. She doesn't roll that.
But
she doesn't roll that crazy.
Enos has, through the power of sorcery, embraced the samurai mindset. To act in the way of Bushido is to assume that you were already dead.
Or you're already getting
Okay.
stabbed. But
Double
I
Double
was
assumes you'd
checking.
already be stopping. Yes.
Oh, look, look.
Double checking the letter I got. If there's any pertinent information, it just Lord Espada seems to be crossed with something after coming back from a visit with his cousin.
Sister, yes. The queen.
Yeah,
On the topic of that, there is also.
and he will be
tension
coming
within-
with knights, cavaliers, and fencers. So
Also, this Arissa also noticed.
Also, just if
there's
Logesh
tensions
is willing to
within-
spill it, I will say. Another aside about Ainara, again, that might be something that's not catching your mind, but on the subject of Espada's fighting people, Ainaris did say that she might have to find out how good the Marquess is with the sword herself.
yes, there is.
Oh.
There was that comment.
Actually, Marcus, are you?
Not to mention, I've heard many rumors the Marquess of Teine is a capable swordsman in his own right. I may have to see for myself during the tournament at summer.
Actually, now that it's mentioned, and Dr. Luca mentioned that she's been putting extra time into fencing as well. Princess Paloma has been putting extra time in as well as leading Princess Estelle in it.
And I've
They've been doing
getting-
training arcs while we haven't been looking.
I've also been
It's
getting
almost
notified.
like you guys won the Grand Melee.
There's
So
also-
basically, while we're doing politics, the Espadas are training.
They've
I mean,
been
what's
studying
the-
the blade.
What do you think these fighters do half the fucking time?
Ah! No, but they're training the blades at us.
They play guitar.
Also, Omega. Omega.
I just finished
I forgot to mention another letter I would have sent because I'm dumb and
that's okay.
sick. Should I mention it now?
Time is gloopy. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just let me know who you'd send
Yeah.
a message to.
I'll just message it to you. You guys continue.
Sure.
I should also
I had
mention
to
that
go-
within the Blood Shields,
Go.
there's also tensions between the South. Nurse gave me notifications about notified me about Huron, with Rosenrot is watching over him, and there has been tensions within the predominantly Celtician Queensguard towards him and a few other Heinemen in the Queensguard.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Marquess. Explain to me. There's been confrontation between the Celticy Queensguard and the Teinemen?
Yeah, the Norlish
Sorry, my
blood shields
phone's
and whatnot.
picking
There
up.
seems to be, I wouldn't say like vitriolic tension, but there's at least, I guess, rivalry or maybe a bit something else going on.
It's because Huron's too cute and they want them for themselves.
If only.
I don't think Huron has Beery.
I know.
I'll double check his stat block later.
I'm just being silly. I don't know. I do recall that there are tensions between Oro and Espada right now. And we are going to be trading mercenaries from Teine to Oro, so he doesn't have to rely on Espada mercenaries to patrol his borders. So the Lord Espada may not be happy with that agreement, especially as we've been showing Baron Oro a lot of favor. This was mentioned in the letter from Noctiluca, I remove, but the Baron is actually quite well disposed towards us.
Go.
I believe it's on for a couple of factors. One, that we seem to be quite friendly with his heir Paz. Another, that we are willing to do business with him, and probably he just likes the cut of our jib. We don't rebuff him when he's going to descend upon us with 800 marriageable cousins. By the way, that's happening again.
I have a wedding to prepare. I'm going to ignore that.
You say that.
The Marquess
and
calls
he will
base.
try.
Base.
So you do remember that
I call force field.
our father had 2 wives, correct?
Yes, but I'm not marrying immediately after the one or the after the other.
Honestly,
wait,
that is probably very
that
fair.
Happened.
That is probably
I
very
can't
fair.
prepare.
No, don't worry about that. No, this is partly my fault. I think I do not recall if I have mentioned this in public, but Lucy has approached me has asked me to see if I can find a suitable match for her and her house. And as I love her to pieces, I am going to do my best. I do believe that a match from either the Oro lands or Oro, Verity, or Forster would probably be the best match, but as you may know, Baron Oro is the most enthusiastic.
Konrad,
What?
you better prepare for your tournament going to be full of many, 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 I think, pride-hungry Southerners.
Oh, don't worry. I know
Once again, look
Nicola
at that
has
gift.
been gathering more doctors.
It looks like you can ask if it's for yourself or other people, because it's like, I don't need to know that part.
Oh, it's for everyone.
Exactly.
I do slightly fear the fact that, technically is it Duke for the Espada?
No, the Duke is all. It's not a Duke. It's he's also a Marquess. He's the other Marquess.
I would slightly fear running into the Marquess Espada during the tournament.
Hopefully he doesn't
Hold
take
on. I have to
fighting
double
you.
check. I think he literally has the epithet like lightning sword or something.
I believe so.
Yeah.
The lightning duelist.
Yeah, he has full lightning strikes, yeah.
He is the lightning duelist, the warden of the south, keeper of the seals, etc., etc.
He won't cut you in
First
half,
gate.
because he wouldn't cut you in half because that would cause an incident.
Well, I mean, it's a tournament also. You're not supposed to kill the other person. There will be rules and penalties against that.
Like I said, we are in the gather.
Like-
we are in the process of formalizing the rules and making sure we have enough judges, I guess is the best way to put them. Judges, referees, to facilitate said matches.
Yes, I was definitely going to consult with the Duelist Guild about that.
But I do believe that we may have stepped on the Espada's toes a little bit, and they might be looking for a bit of, I don't want to say necessarily revenge, but
Take us down a peg?
Yes. Our
yes.
pride.
Yeah.
You know that the Swordkin are a prideful, passionate people.
Yes. It's like
So
they
they could definitely want to strike us down.
they want to put us in our place. There we go.
That does bring up one thing. Brother, are you going to join the tournament?
We still have to plan what is time-wise.
Think how
but...
cool you will look.
No, I'm sorry. The better question: is Narissa gonna join the tournament?
Because I will admit,
the tournament is. I have to double check my notes, but I think the tournament is still primarily swords, or was it all weapons?
No,
I
it was
think
all
we were-
weapons.
If it's
It was
all
all
weapons,
weapons.
Narissa's just as good with a spear on foot as she is on horseback. Like
it
she
was
is a
melee
rare
weapons.
case. Yes.
Yeah, it was
Then
really-
yeah, Narissa might participate. Like I said, she is she's a dragon dancer, so that is spear on foot.
Omega, Omega, I have a weird question for you. What do I roll to be like, I'm resisting my duty because I know my dad would totally try to be the secret final boss of the tournament?
I don't think you roll anything for that. You just got to decide. Like if you go against it, I would give you a penalty, but I don't think there's anybody like challenging you on it.
No, it's just like...
'Cause on
No
one
one's trying
hand,
to persuade or goad you into it.
If you don't, then you won't risk getting stabbed through the chest by Inara.
I assume she was going to challenge me anyways, like other means.
You don't know,
Yes,
it's
but
good.
then you don't. Then you, if you cheat, you got challenged, but not in the tournament. Then you could just have Everhart over there fight her. I'm sure he would like that.
Or Logesh, he has practice getting stabbed in the chest.
Also, if she challenges you to a
You're
duel,
really- you're not there.
I do want to say Everhelm would absolutely say that thing that Nicholas. He just points at Logesh and says, "Why not him? He's got practice."
it's all like,
Yeah,
well,
sorry, I
shadow
was...
practice.
while we're all getting very
Nicola
excited,
was channeling through Everhart.
while we're all getting very excited about this, I do want to point out that while Ainara is a famed duelist of her own right, she can't just go up and challenge the Marquess without rhyme or reason. She would need a reason to issue the duel, and that is usually a matter of honor.
Where is it? I have a gift for this. Not gift. I have a picture for this.
But if you were to join the tournament, she probably would make a beeline straight for you, because since she has no obstacles in her way.
I need to know when the tournament is happening, but most likely I will
Actually,
try.
this is a good question. You guys have seen Ainara Espada fight. Anybody? Well, I guess not recently. I guess. Did anybody roll like tactics on her to like eyeball her skills?
Not I, said the Iron Demon.
I don't have tactic.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I could.
It's like-
So you
I'm
guys
not going
just
to.
know that the only
So
one of you I think who knows how good Ainara is Logesh.
I will say this. I actually did roll tactics to look at her fighting style when she dueled Logesh. Because remember, I officiated that duel.
No.
You were the doctor.
Also, I believe Konrad lost to her in the actual, not the melee, but the dueling tournament from.
Yes.
But that was
But
years
that was
ago.
over.
That was
multiple
years ago. Her skills matured a little, but yeah. So the primary thing is that for sure, Nicola, who's not here, and Logesh have a good grasp on how good she is as a sword. Konrad fought, man to man with Paloma Espada, and you know at least what, by the time the summer tournament comes around, like 3 months ago, her skill level was at.
Leslok also has some lightning
Yeah.
strike, so he at least knows what most Espada kids will know probably by heart.
You
and lore.
probably know what techniques, some of the techniques she'll employ. Ainara and Paloma, I believe, are both Southern style. Yes, they're both rapier and dagger.
Yeah, I was pretty sure Paloma was at least.
Nice. So, okay.
Well, also I want to say, Paloma was rapier and dagger. Like I said, you guys don't know what new things she's concocted.
I feel like Leslok. I feel we could deter. I mean, she's not that far away from the adamant gates. Maybe she could just get an unbreakable sword.
She's got an unbreakable
Sorry.
sword. I am telling you this right now. She got an unbreakable sword.
Oh, no, 100%. Also, if she asked me, I'll make one for her.
No.
Actually, I do also want to say, because you guys would know this, I did actually stat the Marquess Espada. Like I said, I ran up the High King, Duchess Sjorberg, and Marquess Espada's stats. One of the things that did come about from his stat block is he does have a lot of possession. So canonically, his duty carry weapons, he is also Southern style, so sword and dagger. Those are both adamant.
Damn.
Good to know that I'm
No.
mostly about other things.
Question: what did we nail down for the rules for the tournament?
We're working on
They haven't been nailed down yet.
You
That's
do not
fair.
have your exact intended rules. I do have my note block on that.
We do have.
Yeah.
So
And
remember
speaking of
it-
planning for Summer Court, I do
Oh yeah,
probably before we leave off, which is not going to happen right away. But I also have a response back from the Iron Demons to the Marquess about what their ideas were about Summer Court. But
Oh,
let's
wonderful.
see.
But we should probably, I
It's
guess,
a tournament. You will be doing a rank and point system. You can do exhibition matches anywhere as long as there's a judge. All sanctioned melees are allowed. You can sorceressing in exhibitions, but your general rules against sorcery apply to all of your anti-cheating rules. You have not you said there will be some sort of like point system for victories, but you haven't exactly nailed it out.
Yeah, because I do want to make sure that like a particularly skilled opponent can't just keep picking on weaker opponents type thing.
So wait, what are the rules
Yes, I
on
think this is why
sorcery?
we
What are the rules on
you-
sorcery?
like normal dueling, you can't actively use sorcery, openly to fuck with your opponent in a match. That is,
But if I
you know.
use sorcery beforehand, is it fine?
like if you made yourself more wound boxes, it doesn't change your point value. It makes you just die less.
Honestly,
Yeah, no, that's genuinely
so
what I was
the
asking.
way-
Can I do Iron Flesh and then just walk out?
so I think you guys first tabulated these rules like out of character several months ago, and in character literally like over a month ago. I don't even know if Nicola knew Iron Flesh yet, but
No, I did. I definitely did.
Konrad's idea was that because there are some fighters who will be sorcerers or who have access to sorcery, that in an exhibition match, which doesn't necessarily, the plan I think was that they wouldn't necessarily count for like full points in terms of rankings, but could be a great way for people to kind of like test things out. Is kind of almost an anything goes. You can use magic swords and shit.
Yeah, as long as the
But-
opponent agrees.
Yes,
For
but
those
during the actual like ranked matches, which will occur at set times and in set locations that are organized, so you're not just having a sword fight over coffee. Both actively casting spells during the fight and pre-prepping with buffs and magic weapons would be excluded.
Okay, so I can't do.
So
grasping
exhibition-wise, if Nicola wants to enter, he could do some fucking Colossus wrestling. But your actual pointed matches are you're going to be fighting people with swords without casting spells.
Inos ain't participating in the melee.
Seems
Just straight
lame.
out.
Not gonna do it.
Shocking, I know. The Batman prep time wizard says he doesn't want to do the thing where he's not allowed to use prep time.
What did you say, straw man of Nicola? Punches the straw man.
Straw man
I just you just grab the dummy by the lapel and
Shake it.
his corncob pipe falls out.
I wonder if I could bind a straw man to Nicholas so he feels the phantom effects of moving.
No, don't take the joke too far. Leave.
No,
that's-
you're not Hawkins. What the heck?
You could.
What? That's himself, so.
Technically, I think you.
It's a One Piece reference. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I would.
I think you could technically curse Nicola through an effigy, but the strong
Pop-
moment would have to be a lot closer to Nicola than just having a sign that says "This is Nicola."
That's fair. Like pop it doesn't hurt more. Yeah.
Grab someone's hair. Grab someone's blood.
All right, but
Yeah, that's around everywhere. A few places have that.
All right, was there anything else in the letters I got that I wanted to bring up? Hang on.
Yeah, we should plot Summer Court later.
No,
Yeah, I think we're not gonna deal with it after we got back from the Vargvale again.
Oh, okay.
That's from Baron.
No, there's details then.
I don't think anything from Narissa is.
Yeah, I do need to do
And
that.
that investigation I'm gonna handle quietly. So that'll be not when we're in a meeting. That's about security. Check Enos. Sorry if I'm muttering. I'm just letting you know that I am actually checking stuff.
That's fair. Well, I'm blanking.
Don't worry, I got stuff. I know where to go next.
I was gonna ask, like, hey, can we just skip the end of the month? But we'll probably have something else first.
Well, actually, like, once we're done with this meeting, I have nothing else, and we can just do all the stuff that we're doing in the month. I mean, whatever else Omega has, but we could theoretically.
I should probably technically bring up, because I don't know if it would be relevant because you're discussing Summer Court. But Leslok did contact the Iron Demons to ask them, among other things, I want to inquire specifically what your guys' plans are for Summer Court, what you're doing. And they would have had enough time to get back to you because they live pretty close.
Yeah.
A couple of days to jog from Stonehearth to go all the way up and into Mountain and then come back.
In the mountain.
So,
Drove up at the mountain.
the Prince of Treachery still hasn't finalized exactly which representatives they want to send. They tend to be they appear to be picking from a small number of representatives. They're down to like a 2 or 3 short list. This could be seen as a little persnickety, but also remember that this is effectively a soft audition for the role of advising the High King.
Mm-hmm.
They're planning on picking people who will be suitable ambassadors so that they might even be called to Lampclare. But, you communicated your general plans so they can communicate their general plans. They're planning a trade and diplomatic delegation, a handful of high-level craftsmen and artisans. They'd like to, we don't need to hammer out the details now, but they'd like to, get at least a booth, probably, some space at your Norlon Fair to display artworks and fine craftings for sale. Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven crafts for sale. Thanks, Steve.
No, don't.
Sorry,
don't
Locke,
bring that.
I'm permanently poisoned.
You poison me.
But they could also they could send some entertainers and do some entertainments. Iron, they can share cultures of music, dance, poetry. I did a little thinking about Iron Demon music. Probably have a wide variety of drums and percussion because a lot of that's just, vessels and stretched hides. Metal chimes, like triangles, but also more complex chimes. Should be able to do, certain kinds of complex flutes and pipes. Little light on the string instruments. You need very specific wood bodies to do a lot of string instruments.
I can image music that echoes well.
Yeah, especially the drums. But also, they make unique use of glass in music. I think that the Iron Demons would have both singing bowls and also basically the glass harp.
Ooh.
Which, if you don't know, it's called the glass harp because of the kind of harmonies it produces. A glass harp is just a series of basically wine glasses with water in them. You keep in a case and then you play music on them.
Oh, yeah. Get that.
They make a
sound.
distinct kind of haunting noise. So they'd like to roll some entertainers out. They do kind of send you a note back saying that, like, they want your advice as the Marquess. Like, should they do such displays of their cultures and entertainments in Stonehearth, or be reserved that for like a entertainment presentation when you are planning on taking the High King to Drakesboro for some relaxation? Which you think would be a better look for them? While you ponder this, they do have some questions in their note about securing their delegation, put forward by the Circle of Violence. Especially if they're cultivating ambassadors, they would like to send some kind of honor guard. Undertones, the Iron Demons would also not like to look weak in front of the King of Man either. So they'd like to send a troop of, somewhere around 50 to 100, but would need room to store them.
Is that a lot?
Macro-wise, for your people, Inos, you could probably muster much more than that, but they're guarding, 2 or 3 guys, technically, so that's, 100 guys is equivalent of a company of the High King's Blood Shield, so...
That's true. Okay.
It's appearance-wise, 50 guys on one guy or 100 guys on one guy is like, the right appearance.
Okay.
They could marshal more, but it's a question of, if you want them to do that.
Well, this is up to the Marquess, so I will keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, need some space.
Well, it's up to you guys, because I'm thinking about just... I want to, go along with it. I was thinking about if there's any particulars I'm missing here.
Well, it's all
combat-wise, so...
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'll let you explain first, and I'll give my thoughts later.
So, in terms of, what their makeup of guys is, the default, troop... If this was an RTS of some sort, if you bought a basic unit of Iron Demon infantry, their equivalent of men-at-arms is an Iron Warrior. They're clad in a type of mail-in plate known as Jashon, which is actually when you stitch the iron plates together into and over the chainmail.
Ooh, rad.
Sometimes backed with a heavy wool.
That sounds heavy as
It
fuck.
looks pretty baller, too. It is also, yes, I'm probably heavy. Like, it's lighter than just wearing straight plate, but it's heavy, especially because you usually wear, like, a heavy wool backing. They make use of billhook spears, dagger axes, and or a hooked and spiked glaive known as the Volge.
The Volge.
In tunnel fighting, they use square or tower shields to basically fill the tunnels. And you use either hooked swords, the Falx or Aruvol. You use a hooked brush axe, which if you don't know is just take your billhook knife, take it off your knife handle, stick it on an axe haft. You have a brush axe. Or the simple billhook knife, because, hey, if you're doing man-to-man tunnel fight, you can just grab the other asshole's shield with your brush axe and be like, yoink.
Looks like horns. Standard Iron Demon weaponry.
Enos knows the bill knife. The billhook knife.
Yeah.
Yes. Range combat inside the Hult is hard. So they do have some, I think we talked about this before when you guys actually went to the Dragon's Eye. Enos may have been inspired because your people do use some simple, chain flails.
Yes.
Or, throw the equivalent of, bolas. But it's not quite, the way the lashing steel works. But normally for, long distance, or for close distance, I should say, actual close quarters fighting, they use the fire lance or the handgun, which is the earliest form of firearm. And now for actual close quarters tunnel defense, they use blunderbusses. For long range engagements, they have now actually begun over the past couple of generations training flintlock arquebusiers. Their best marksmen are known as Death's Eye. So they can muster, arquebusiers, or the equivalent of men at arms. Iron Demons don't really have a dueling tradition because even small injuries with a hook sword are nasty. The actual Hellhook discipline, great control, really good in a 1v1 fight because you get to do stuff like do extra weapon damage while you're tripping and disarming. Also means you do a shitload of extra damage.
Yes.
You boost the muscles of the person.
You do a lot of extra killing damage while also doing crowd control shit. So that's not for play fighting. It's very mean.
I think I told someone at one point, Enos' fine style is not for dueling.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
You may have had that conversation with Moira. There's a reason that, first of all, the first rank technique of noble dueling is stop thrust, so you do less killing damage. And there is a reason a shitload of duelist NPCs I have given at least stop thrust, because the point usually isn't to kill the other guy. Like I said, Hellhooks doesn't have that restraint. So
guess what Konrad has from noble dueling? Stop thrust.
Yes. Yeah, I know, exactly. It's the whole thing.
So I like Masterstroke, but riposte and other things really important.
Well, the discipline has lengths, but like I said, there's a reason why it starts at stop thrust. So they don't really have a cavalier tradition. The Iron Demons do have bodyguards. Those might be honorably called grave shields, but those are usually just senior Iron Warriors who are equipped specifically with the kind of shield and spear and side weapon combo. So, you could do some very splashy displays. You could muster in or you could ask the Iron Demons or suggest that they use some very splashy displays of, big ironclad guys with heavy weapons. You could have them present as a modern army because they do have the capability to field at least a couple of small units that are roughly equivalent to a Crownish pike and shot.
I feel like we should let them appear to Summer Court because we're already going to try to get people from people of the Valley to show up with us, and we're also already arming the Fifth Company there. So it's at that point it's.
Axe. The question is at what point? Because the Iron Demons, like as I said, are also asking to have a booth in the technology fair because they want to show off their arts and crafts. If you ask them to hang back until the High King comes to Dranksboro and have them come back, the Iron Demons won't have as much of an opportunity to show off their stuff. So personally, I would say tell the Iron Demons just come on down, come on down, set up booth, but that's because Inos is all like, yes, more Iron Demons, please, yes, cool.
Basically, you got 3 phases of this.
Yeah.
The Iron Demons are planning on showing their economic, cultural, and military prowess. They're going to do the economics no matter what, unless you, for some reason, deny them a booth at the fair, in which case I think Inos will push you out a window and fight into Marquess.
We'll at least try.
No, but
I'm sorry, but you're throwing off my plans. I'm sorry.
Through my groove. But
Yeah.
that's that fits. The question is cultural display. You can integrate that as part of the fair, or save that for more of the relaxing time with the High King. And then the military display is, no matter what, they're probably going to send some amount of honor guard with their diplomats, because they're going to have a delegation of guys. The High King will basically be hoping open court, so they'll be like, "Hello, King of Man. It is us, your kindred, the Iron Demons. We are here to say hi."
No, they should be there for the court.
They're
because
asking
it's
you like, "Hey, Holmes, how many guys can you fit?"
You know what? It's like, all right, calm down, because it's like the whole point about summer court, we need to actually have. This is also their one chance to actually like physically show up in person outside of like a very specific delegation. So.
Nice.
They also live here too.
So the Marquess is leading that hit him with the whole trifecta.
Do it.
We're doing a lot of big shit, so why not let our neighbors do the big
I will
shit
say, this is going to give a very strong impression. And while I think the High King may be neutral on it, some others may not like this display.
That's
but I
fair.
just want to put this on here. You should not be overly you should not be overly concerned, but you just need to remember your actions have consequences.
No, I understand. It's also they live here too. They have a right to like their presence be known to the High King.
Yeah, no, well, that's what I'm saying.
Like I said, this is why they don't want to appear weak, right? Like they don't want to show up to the festival and be like, "Hello, here is our wares. We are full of silver and fine glassware." And then somebody thinks, yes, I can exploit this. They also want to be like, "By the way, motherfucker, we're made of iron. You ever seen what a hell hook does to a man? Splits a dummy in half."
No, Nicola!
The ritual killing of the Nicola dummy.
Okay. Here's the thing. We need to start having a joke. This needs to be a thing like this. Okay, as a joke between all of us, we need to call all straw dummies Nicola from now on, and just never explain it.
Oh no,
You remember the running gag?
I'll remember this running gag, but it won't be Nicola. Whoever's out of the scene, there's just gonna be a straw dummy.
No, I meant like I meant even practice dummies. I meant like if a straw dummy gets hurt, we're gonna say like, "Oh no, Nicola," or like whoever's name is out here.
But yeah, no, like
you killed the joke. It's dead now. The joke is dead.
Right there on the ground next to the dummy.
Yes, but no, I just want to say, while I am also in favor of the Iron Demons showing out in full force, some people will probably think that the Iron Demons are coming on a little too strongly and think that they are trying to... What's the word I want to use? Pressure? Push? Bully? Their way in? Like I said, which may or may not be their actual intent. I don't know. I'm not them. But it will definitely look like that to somebody.
Maybe, but it's also, to me, they have the right to be here.
Yes. So I need you to remember that line and be ready to say it.
Master of Ceremonies says, "I need you to remember that one. Keep that one loaded."
It's like, yes. Our demons have every right to be here. They live here as well.
Yes.
Regardless, though, this is why I was talking earlier about NPC gen. The however many show up in this honor guard cadre, they are going to be led by a senior member of the Circle of Violence, Javaira Eliklan. She is a member of Death's Eye. She is an acclaimed markswoman, and also would have been the mark. Like when you ask about, "Hey, can you guys tutor me in your traditional shooting techniques?" She would have been the tutor. Here's the name here. I've already added her to the Dramatis.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Outside of, I guess, lore conversations, I don't have anything else planned for the month besides, I guess, the end of month research stuff.
I mean, we're at 4 hours. We can weave some flashbacks in here and there.
No,
I think there'd be longer
I
conversations.
do want you guys to have a chance to. That's fair. It is after midnight.
Yeah,
then we'll flash back to whatever Nicola was going to say, and I'll get your letter for next time. Then we should probably round out with some company actions.
Well,
let me stop my audio recording for a second and let it catch up. I had a little bit of Discord lag earlier. I will also step away for a second and take a quick bio break. I recommend everybody else stretch your legs too.
I've been running around my house all the time.
Stretch.
let me pull up the company actions.
And we'll go back to looking at all the Rogue Trader lore videos I have queued up.
Oh, you're really getting into that idea.
Yeah.
Cool. So espionage is influence plus treasure. Let me pull up the book though.
Oh, could I play Rogue Trader? I might want to try playing the Navigator if Loth doesn't do it.
I don't know what I would
Oh,
want to
I
play.
don't want to play Navigator. Those guys are creepy.
Listen, I like the Noble House.
Wait, don't want to breathe through your cheek gills?
I
Or-
mentioned I played in a Rogue Trader game. The Navigator was the weird incest mutant fact.
Incest?
people.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all like they're like high breed. They're
Oh,
also
that
they're
makes
also
sense.
psychic mutants. So like there's a
That's
gene they
true.
have to kind of be preserved.
That's true. It makes sense. But
Also,
The way he described his
Trader.
character was basically just Nosferatu.
I should
They-
mention that the Navigator lady in Rogue Trader is the better end of what they look like.
I think she's cute.
You also you've also seen her giant eye that shoots a beam that melts brains, right?
Yeah. I have multiple beams that melt people, and I'm like, rad. Listen, she just has a gun in her head. There's no difference in having a gun in your hand. Or
I mean, that's
having
fair.
guns for
Get
hands.
back to that.
She's also like one of the best characters I think in the game because she has like a really good support kit.
I only
Well-
got past the point where I got her, so.
Well, like I said, officers I'm not gonna talk about Rogue Trader. I'm trying to pull up the fucking Coal Roast because I gotta double check how the fucking plant spies rules work.
That's fair.
Mm.
Oh, let's see here. Counter espionage. Espionage is influence with treasure.
Let's see here, because we're doing we're not changing minds yet. What we're doing, I want to do, excuse me.
It's like espionage or like to be informed.
It's espionage. Because
And this is where
what
you're doing
the
up an
plan is,
egg?
excuse me.
That's what you're doing up an egg?
Yes.
An egg? Okay.
Yes. Because I'm not spying on Egg and their secrets. I'm basically using spines to find out about Ysper and Frost.
You're doing espionage on the area of the country. Area.
Yes. So, but it's not the thing that I'm sending my spines in. I'm sending my spines in to gather information that we can use later. It's oh, here it is.
We have an asset for that too.
We don't. We have eloquent diplomats, which is good for changing minds. It's not good for straight up espionage, though.
Oh, that's for like part 2 there.
Yes, no. Part 2 is when we know maybe when we have to, explain why we might have killed, the bastard child of, the house or something, for reasons.
Uncle? Did I get to become a kinslayer?
Is he your uncle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. He's your uncle and your brothers. Right. Yeah.
He's the illegitimate brother of the current Countess of A.
Well, I'm not saying you may become a kinslayer. You may not become a kinslayer. Maybe I'll kill him if it comes to that. If you can't,
I always forget.
I never said I couldn't. I just
Lady
then don't
Bug
question
is-
it.
The Oblige is a little sister of like the Countess. Or I think it's something else.
Younger sister, yeah, of course.
I think it's the Countess. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to double check. I'm pretty sure it's in my notes actually that generation of House A did not have a lot of legitimate heirs. I think it might just be. Actually, no. I think she's got a brother.
I think of the brother. What was it?
It should be my Dramatis.
I started influence, and I guess we'll. Yeah, 'cause
Daniel
I don't think we're doing any rolls at cards.
Ransom A.
Actually, no, we have the
He's
Brand
34. So actually, I think he's the baby brother.
Lucky, the weird question is we also could just roll the
Yes.
be informed because that technically would like about the penalty to influence.
Not
from
just
the original.
37.
Hang on a second.
But I am back. I had to put my headphones down after I went to go check my laundry because we were talking about Rogue Trader video game very loudly in my ears.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just, like I said, put my headset down for a sec.
I've started setting up
Put
a
it back.
storm, so like my
Audio's
brain's
ready.
like unfogging, so like it works out.
I'll resume my recording. But we're planning on some company roles before we call it a day.
Yeah. I guess then.
Actually, hey, you know what I would do? Fucking click on my notes. To double check on myself. All right.
All right. So, question:
Yes.
while Inos is sending the spies and stuff up to Egg,
Well, I don't know if like, they're going to be spying or not because Axe wants
Well.
me to do be informed instead.
Wait, so all that discussion that we had beforehand.
Yes, Axe wants to say, hey, you can do be informed instead.
Ignore me then.
No, this is your
However-
suggestion.
well, my question was not involving the role.
Sorry.
It was just towards the end of the month. Do you want Konrad to be the one that goes and kind of gathers the emissaries that they're going to be sending with us to the Fogvale?
I wasn't actually sure. We haven't actually got any communication back on that. So for all we know, they could just show up on our doorstep one day. Honestly, I feel like that's a very House Egg thing to do.
They're just here.
Yeah.
You do have
I've
an
heard of it
entangling
earlier.
line. You're gonna have me think about that one. I have to think about how the Countess Mule Ache would pitch that, because on the one hand, you do have entangling alliance, so like she is kind of like remarkably close and friendly. I mean, she is in a sense. It's by marriage, not by blood, but she is also technically the current Marquess's aunt. So like, you know, she's been pretty familial with all of you. More so Konrad than the rest of you, but like I'd have to think about how exactly she would pitch that. I could literally see her just rolling some guys up to your doorstep.
I can't call her auntie. I can never call her auntie in public. I can never call her auntie in
Barney,
public.
it's me. Barney from Black Mesa.
Black Mesa.
About that beer I owed you.
So, like, personally, that's kind of like, this is me, guessing on how other people act, but that's how I always kind of saw.
Okay, so we're just going to wait for them to come to us then?
Yeah, no, like, I'm pretty sure, like,
Okay.
we basically sent the letter. We sent the letter saying that because I'm losing my voice. Give me a second while I moderate my emotions. We are using Lady Maja. We're using Lady Maja as an intermediary so she can handle communication and getting it all set up, so we don't necessarily have to be there every step of the way. So I am basically trusting that Lady Maja will handle, who's coming in and who we're sending out. So we don't necessarily have to fuck with the diplomats. Those coming from House Egg to join us on the Fogvale participation, we really haven't got a communication from us because while Leslok did send a letter explaining the situation, I do not believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, I do not believe we ever got a response back. If we have not gotten a response back at this time, I am assuming that they're either not participating or they've just sent some people to meet us here and we're going to have to deal with them when they get here. End thought.
I think, as I recall, the King's letter just said that, like, Egg has been told about this and they may or may not be sending representatives.
The King's letter says that he would share. I believe it said that he would share this information. I can check. Like I said, I'm keeping all these.
Mm-hmm. Wait, no. Did we ever tell Egg that we'd be heading off to the Fogvale in the first month of summer?
That I don't think you've actually said yet, because that's the thing. I was going to do a chain of logic. So the King saying about. Hold on, I'm speedballing.
Yes, I think. Oh, Well, along with our diplomats, we should probably send that up the chain as well. That we're planning our expedition in summer 1.
Chancellor.
Because I just realized, yes, we might have omitted
Trust measure with a letter to the Lady Warning outlining this matter, so they might consult with her both in that capacity and as your neighboring house and peer. So yeah, he also pitched a short form version of this letter, which you don't know the contents of, to Lady A. The second thing I was going to say was, while he did do that, I do not recall if because he says, you should consult her on the matter. Previously, you'd already been planning on talking about diplomats. I do not recall if Leslok actually wrote a letter specifically to her to consult about the thing.
I don't recall either.
I'm not sure, but
let's go with not, and you should probably write a letter with the details, and we'll send it with our diplomats up there.
That's probably
that would be a good way. That was going to be my suggestion.
We'll probably do it after the meeting immediately and just work out timeline.
Yes.
So then, second question to you, Lucky, for Inos.
Sorry.
Do you want Konrad to go along as cover for your other activities? Konrad's going there with the diplomats, and don't mind these other people that are coming along.
No. Like I said, no. The diplomats are the spies, basically. Right. If you want to go up there, anyway, I mean, by all means, go. But it's not necessary for cover. The way that I foresee this is the diplomats are going to be information gathering. They're not going to be, casing buildings and sneaking into fucking restricted areas, finding, the hidden files. But they're going to be making discreet inquiries, learning about people, asking a few questions here and there as they get used to, the lands of Craig. Because guess what? They're, well, we're the humble Teine. We don't know your things. Please explain this to us. How about that person? Please tell me about this. Yes, Brent Faust. What has he been up to? And whatnot. And
yeah, so I assume this was some of the conversation while the audio was paused and I was away. Basically, espionage is broken into 2 separate blocks. You can roll it to find information or to change minds. I think we're not planning on changing minds at all, so
no.
Cut that bit out.
Yes. Well, maybe changing minds later, but not right now.
Well, yeah, not right now. That's not our goal here. So
we plan to visit them.
The default factor is now. I will say, technically, the book does say that when you're using espionage, you're doing quote unquote your enemies, your rivals, etc. But then that I think is a little too strict of a reading. Other than that, there could be a little bit of hostility blowback if you do blow the roll.
Yes,
they are technically spying, but you have a lot of extra. I think you get. Is it +2 or +3 off Entangling Alliance?
I think it's +2.
It's still a pretty big one. But yeah, basically you can just straight up roll, with a level based on how obscure it is. You can impose a difficulty. I'm assuming based on the snip I got back to when I sat back down. Inos is also considering starting with the ability to basically start building deep cover.
Yes.
Which is you roll the espionage roll, which is influence plus treasure, which you guys are pinned 1 on, to get a future bonus to your next actual roll to gather information, which is flat. There's no difficulty involved.
Yes.
Being informed is kind of the general roll to learn things. I think though, so the question is talking about that split. Technically, Axe is not incorrect. You could roll be informed. That is influence plus sovereignty. You would still get the bonus dice from the alliance because you're using influence. I'm sure he's just suggesting it because your sovereignty is 5 right now, but
it was also because I just noticed in the thing that the block you pulled up, it technically just gives a bonus to the actual gather check anyway. It's is that the same step?
That is unclear. That text box, you don't see the header because Lucky didn't clip that part because it's 4 paragraphs. That text header is called finding information. under espionage. So technically, I think that the espionage roll is meant to be a bonus to your next espionage roll to gather information.
Yes.
Okay, so like 80 stacks. Okay, of itself.
Yeah, it goes together. You could technically roll Be Informed. I want to say that just kind of like the way this is Be Informed is much more nebulous. High height means you get good solid information. Low results is kind of rumors and conjecture. This would just kind of be like you send some guys into Ache territory to figure out where the fuck Ysbrand Frost is. If you're doing espionage, you are sending spies, covert operatives, into House Ache lands, into Crag, to find out what House Ache knows about Ysbrand Frost. They're technically different.
That's fair. Okay.
Also, this would be a question for Inos about rules of engagement, but you're rolling the espionage action, baby. Like that could also be like, do a little B&E, read a few letters.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I'm gonna try
pockets kind of thing.
I am gonna be trying to make a couple rolls to prep these people on this operation. This is literally why I have student espionage.
Yeah,
we're gonna make a quick 3-ring binder. Of
okay. So yeah, that is the thing that like being informed has no risk of blowback. Espionage does technically inherently have risk of blowback. You're starting with a softball, so your blowback will probably be, Lady A expels your diplomats and sends you a mean letter.
I'll have to probably send.
As opposed to it, by the way, I would tell you, if you tried this shit on Strength and Espada, and you blew the roll, you would be sent back some of your guys with swords in their chest. And we'd have to figure out where that goes. But
I think if Ache, it's like one of our dudes might get kicked off a cliff, but that might
no.
Nah.
No. Like I said, we're trying to find out their secrets, but we're not trying to find out their fucking military weaknesses.
Fair. We're not trying to learn their house secrets.
Well, they'll be very cross at Inos and probably you by proximity, but it's nothing that we can't fix.
We're trying to find their dirty laundry, not their secrets, I guess I put it.
Same thing?
Yeah, I'm about to say, that's kind of the same thing.
The semantics are kind of similar. I get what axe means, but also, normally, yeah, those nouns mean all the same stuff.
Fair enough.
No, like I said, because, like, we're basically looking into what is basically almost considered a very, what we know to be a fairly bad man who,
It's kind of a black mark on the family.
Yeah. But like I said, Inos doesn't want his people to just going out into the streets and cozying out to people and be like, so, hey, what can you tell me about Ysbrand Frost? Because guess what? When you start asking about someone in the streets, because guess what? That's kind of what Be Informed is. You go and talk to people. Very specifically, you talk to people.
Yeah, you get to use influence because it is a talking. You are speaking, looking, listening.
Mm-hmm. You're talking to them in taverns and stuff, which is not better, by the way.
But those kind of actions, draw notice. I do believe that both of these roles have a defense role per the company, but failing the espionage role means that Lady is mad at us. Failing the Be Informed role probably means that Ysbrand Frost is mad at us.
That's fair.
I will actually say, let me see. Let me double check the words, but I think the way the setup is, if you want to go for the plus, that says that's just a static roll, so I don't think you actually roll that opposed yet.
Oh, that's good.
Because it's flat.
But
I will double check what the actual core rules book says.
Okay, I think we're down 1 point of treasure right now, so it'd be
we are
5 dice on this so far. So
it'd be 7 dice because we have Entangling Alliance.
Oh, you're right.
Plus 2 influence.
Right.
Also,
Plus
by
2
the way,
offense.
they phrase it as plus 2 influence, not plus 2d. Your influence stat counts as 2 higher.
Wow.
Oh, so 7 base. Okay.
Yeah.
But so that is 7.
I don't know yeah, you've got Entangling Alliance. I could list to you the other assets that are possessed by the House of Ache. They have defensible terrain.
Makes sense.
We know that part. Yeah.
And irregular forces.
Really? Oh, well, mountain fighting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's to get your troops out after an unconventional attack. So
also ice fighters, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, they have high mobility troops.
Oh man, House
Never
Egg is totally
see-
House Egg is totally the group to leave a dead horse head in your bed when they're mad at you.
Probably, yeah.
They're also the people. It's like don't ever siege Ache. It's always winter.
Kind of.
It's not actually literally always winter, but they do have the high mountain cliffs. You should specifically not siege the Tokaveg, the Shadow Keep, because it is a giant stone fortress. Which means they would get the defensible terrain bonus, and then I think they also get another free point on that roll because it's a giant stone fortress.
Come at us, fucking frost
and then it
giant.
has sea access and for supplies, and yeah.
But yes, but I would like to make this sense to just plant them and have them start gathering information. So when we arrive in about 3 months, we'll get another +2 bonus on the roll. And hopefully dig up all of Ysbjorn's Frost's dirty little secrets and see if he is actually part of this conspiracy or a threat in any other way to Teine, specifically the Logi brothers.
Yep. I'm
So,
following.
Yes. So, with that,
Winter already came.
what about Second Fimbulwinter? But, so first things first, Inos is going to confer with the diplomats on a playbook of what they can and cannot do, and what's information they are looking for, and what is basically their modus operandi. I'll be using Studi and Espionage for this.
Yes, perfectly fair.
Double check. 70, 10, tappity tap. Nice.
Solid.
We
How does that
Holy
chart
shit.
of companies go? Raising the pool.
I don't think whiff comes to most doesn't. I don't think whiff doesn't come. Whiff doesn't come.
No.
to most
It's
company
more
actions,
about
but
like
yeah.
the block of your success. So yeah, I think we'll say that's still the minor success plus 1d.
Okay.
You've accomplished a success, but it is pretty normal. You're just like, all right, guys, here's the rules.
No, yeah, I didn't like craft a master plan really.
Never carry something you can't control.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna start quoting Andor.
Let me double check my skills real quick to see if there's anything else.
Construct your exit plan on the way in.
God, that feels like a Leslok thing to do, actually.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Leslok would fit very well into the tone of Andor.
Honestly, because because most of my
Would be
rules
a
are
force
to prep
sensitive.
these guys, I don't think I necessarily have anything else that I can do for them. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I will just try the Ye Old Inspire. Inos is gonna, clap them each on the shoulder, look on the eye, and all like, I am counting on you. House Logi is counting on you.
Oh,
All
yeah,
of
that's
Teine
fantastic, yeah.
can be counting on you. This is a
Told you the
matter
plan.
of utmost importance, secrecy, of utmost. Yeah, but yeah, I will try getting an Inspire off as well.
Clear
Almost
eyes,
secrecy
full
and
hearts, can't lose.
Both secrecy and revenge. 3 4s.
4s. Oh, 3 4s.
Yeah, 3 4s. All right, you succeed. We can give you another +1 on that.
All right, so that's +2 from bonuses.
If these guys were followers or unworthies, giving them a +1. So
yeah,
+1d.
but yeah, I think that's gonna be good. So that's +2, +2, plus the 5. So that's a bonus die of 9. Do we get passions on company rolls?
No.
Okay, just
Companies
double
can't
check.
have passions, I think.
Yeah.
I was just double checking, but I shall roll now.
No, it's good ass, but yeah, that's how it is. All right.
Oh, but it's
6s.
Yeah,
Let
6s.
me tab 2. Well, there's no difficulty for this. This is just you giving yourself the bonus.
Otherwise, it's almost a straight, actually. It's holy shit.
But let's see.
Bonus.
So that
company rolls.
dings treasure
Influence.
and influence.
Does it dock our normal influence or the bonus influence?
It docks your influence overall. It's just that because
Okay.
you get +2 influence against House A, it's easier to keep working on them even after you've exhausted your normal influence.
Oh yeah, we can keep making things that require influence as long as we're targeting egg because our influence is higher. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sense.
Yeah, it doesn't,
without-
it doesn't eat the penalties so much as give you... Basically, you know,
Oh, yeah.
it's that thing of, like, because your alliance is so tight, it is literally the fact that, like, you can just get on the horn with Maja and, like, have her, like, you know, schmoove over the diplomatic process back. The unfortunate fact is because the influence buff goes both ways, is that if House A wants to make any moves against you, the Countess just, you know, sends her sister a letter, and her letter just goes, you know, hey, Konrad, and, like, here's my, like, you know, starts leaning on people in private. So you both have basically extra gas.
I have to go.
All right.
That's okay. We're
There's
doing
no
company
rest
stuff.
of us.
We're doing company stuff, yes.
Okay.
I'll put a note about EXP and stuff. Anyway.
So that's the real action I wanted to make. I don't know if anyone else has any ones they want to make, anything they want to find out. Because otherwise, we can start funneling stuff into good Professor Emerita and get her projects going.
I will say, if it's not about A specifically, you got one more be informed in you, because that's influence plus territory. If there was anything in the world you want the company to look at.
I think we still. Let's see.
Otherwise, we got a couple of treasure points left in the
we have
hopper.
we have 2 points of treasure left, and I think we have I think still have 3 territory because I made sure it didn't go down when we raised sovereignty.
Yes, because we can also shove people at the good Professor,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you can use
So I
territory.
think
Yes,
we
your
have like
territory
the
is
4
not-
or the 5.
currently your territory is not starred.
No.
So you have not taken a penalty to it.
I made sure of that.
Yeah, that's what
So-
you're saying. I was agreeing with you. We've correctly notified.
So, like I said, I've gotten my Spy Master activities off the ground now. I will probably continue expanding things as we go, but I'm doing a softball for right now. So, I don't have anything else in the hopper.
I already did my proof of culture at the beginning of the month. So let's see. We're not doing policing
anything
yet.
else.
That's probably for. We're not doing like company action.
Well, I've talked about
Yeah.
might do policing is the tournament or not. But yeah, go Aren.
While not a company action, I did listed on the calendar that Konrad is starting to gather his followers.
Okay,
Important.
he's planning.
So that's something he'd be doing through the month. So
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, actually, shoot.
I'll probably just get familiar with the with contingent of Iron Demons or the Iron Warriors coming down in like a week or so. At
Would you say that I have most of the month free now?
least 2-3 weeks.
I am pretty sure you have at least half the month, maybe 3/4.
Well, fulfillment
Because,
of
like I
form
said,
and
the funny thing about going into blob time was that we were supposed to like let you these things stretch out, but like Nicola kind of pinning that the meeting meant that it was like, you know, only a few days after the Lorelei Rock thing. So yeah, no, you got most of the month left.
well, no, that means I could do, fulfillment of form or maybe do a master forge thing, but
True.
like I said, that requires checks and stuff, and I'm not sure.
Well, let me know if you want to be cranking.
I
I will in a
Because
little bit.
basically what you do with the diplomats is just you like I said, you hand them you show them your PowerPoint, you give them a hearty handshake, put your hand on their shoulder and say, we're all counting on you. And then you send them off. You don't do any more work personally.
I feel like that is the most handler fucking thing ever.
I mean, no, it is. You are being a spy master. You show them the PowerPoint and then you just clasp them on the head and say, we're all counting on you. You can do this. And then that's it. You don't hear shit. This isn't even like, we're not even at like Cold War era, so you don't even get like spy plane photos and shit. You just wait.
you don't even get a cyanide pill.
Oh shit!
I actually think we can arrange a cyanide pill.
I was
You
about to
can't make
say-
it a fake tooth.
I mean, I think we
But
could do a
poisoner
ring.
rings have existed for a
Yeah.
very long time.
also I feel like as fucking part of Enos contingent, they all probably have a ring that might have a compartment in it.
No, not yet. Enos has not developed all his spy tools yet. I should though. I totally should.
Yeah.
There is actually a suggested like expert of like either drugs and poison or poisoner.
Ooh.
It is actually mentioned in the if you're curious about poisons, there is a whole section in the armory document, and it does actually mention a couple of times because some poisons are funny to handle.
That could be interesting.
I'm looking at that, and it's like, wait. Leslok only cares about hunting poisons, and those don't really exist outside of like very few things. So
I don't.
Well, so the sorry, this is a complete aside, but the fun thing about poisons for hunting, like hunting animals to like eat or sport, is you got to be very careful.
yes,
Like the South American tribes could use curare because that doesn't do jack shit if there's a mucinous membrane. It has to be into the blood.
that's fair. It's why I was thinking about like Hunter Sting is like, oh wait, that just works for that because it only just fucks up Monstrum because they're calamities.
Yeah, it's magical.
Omega, I need to ask. Well, I don't need to ask. I want to ask. Could I get started on making the master rules for Noctiluca's Trick Blade, or do I actually need to put some time and effort into figuring that out?
Let's see.
Because
We're going to start making the masterwork step first, right? That's what is it? Iron Way, Metal Heart, Master Forge. Working on and off for about a month, character can, with a successful pleasure, create a max weapon, explosive balance, tailor-made for one person. Yeah, no, I think you can do that because you're building the design so that it will have the trick.
Okay. Then that is probably what Inos will be. Well, it says on and off, so I could probably do some other stuff, but Inos will be putting time into forging Noctiluca's Trick Estoc. I need to give it a cooler name.
Yeah, because basically how that works is you work very, very carefully, on the length of the blade and the haft, and you make sure to leave the space in the bore out the space in the tip, so that you can put a pin in there or something, or a lug, etc.
All right. Well, I'm going to attempt the Damascene, so this is going to be.
Do you have to roll the Damascene now, or do you roll it?
I make it as part
actually,
of
you
the.
do. That's
the
right. You got to make the ore.
Yes. 7, 8, 9, 90, 10. Difficulty 5? Yes? Yes. Because it's hard.
Yes, yes.
Did I recheck Narissa's stat blocks? No, I don't think I've done a second pass.
Oh, okay. Pair of sevens.
Oh, yeah. There's something that Konrad wanted to ask Leslok.
Oh,
Leslok, what's Nurse's favorite color?
the funny part is Axe doesn't know that. Leslok would know that.
I think she would be a little basic for her standing, but it's gonna be red.
Because I first always thought it was like fire red for some reason in my head.
That works, bright red, orangey red.
That works perfectly. And then Konrad doesn't say another word and walks off.
Konrad's really been spending too much time with Inos.
Brother, you at least
He's moved in his Wargman phase from just the Eye of the Night to now he's just doing the thing where he leaves.
Brother,
brother,
may you share some secret oaths?
Look,
Let's
brother,
see.
bro, you should usually say at least a few more
my
things before you
lies
walk
rank?
seriously.
Oh, 5 in lies?
Let's see. Do I have any lie at all? I have 1 point of lie just so I know how to do it.
Yeah, I haven't done a second pass. By the way, I was going to say this. This was what I was literally working on when Dallas decided to show up early. I was doing a second pass on the royals, the princes and princesses stats. I only got through double checking Estelle. Hey, guess what? She's got a few more points in sword.
Thanks, Paloma.
She went from a humble 1 to a humble 3.
Respectable.
But I didn't get through all the others. But I am planning on that. I don't know if anybody saw it because I think Lucky was looking a completely different place. I was just happened to be scrolling by the Dragon Dancer school and like realized like because it was one of the first like custom martial paths I did. I was like,
Her
oh,
fucking yell
I
is
could-
cool. Like, punch it
I
up.
could rewrite these to be so much simpler.
Fair. I assume she could
So,
switch
yeah,
the yell
I
thing as a
rewrote it.
fear attack. That I still think that's cool. Just be like, yeah.
It's not necessarily that she can always just do like intimidate, threaten, or display move, but the morale attack is or it's an area attack.
All right, now that the blade is made, now I have to add all the trinkets because I need to attach a gem and enchant the fuck out of this.
Oh yeah, I make a question. As like Lucky
Yes.
counts as pools. Can I just? I feel really dumb about this, but I started sweating, so my brain's working again. So I think I think I'm just a bit. I just felt. I think I was getting a bit sick like during midway through the session. I drank like 2 full like things of water, and then
Just sweat it out. Hey, what happens,
Yeah,
man?
sweat
That's
it
how
out.
I
Yeah.
fix all my
I,
ills. Go for it.
I like. I compulsively so play this game for some reason. Like I don't know why. It just makes me sweat. But could I have just asked if I wanted to learn sorcery? Like, I feel like it's weird to ask Dan Blanche about that, but it's like I just don't know how to word that. I feel like Leslok would have that figured out to like.
You do have a Master Dying Graces, right?
I do.
Yeah, you could probably
You
figure it
don't-
out.
You could roll it to see if you could figure out a way to politely ask. I mean, no, I would have to. Before I give you a response, you would have to commit.
Because I can't like formulate like the way it would sound. I just my brain's just
Hey,
like I'm juggling.
Guess
so many
what?
things in
That
my
is
head.
what Graces is for. Roll me your
Yep,
charm plus
that's it.
Graces pool.
All right then, do that.
While
You
he's
wanna
doing
ask
that,
her
I have a
politely
question.
about it.
Should I
Yes.
make Nakaluka's blade? Well, this is a flavor text for the group, as I am not sure. Should I make Nakaluka's blade better against people, or better against metal weapon, or better against monstrum weapons?
I think with Botstrom because you're making the boar.
Well, see, this is the thing. It's a trick blade. It's supposed to. Well, it's probably not going to be the best at one, but it is able to do both adequately. Because this was in Nakaluka's letter. The S-Talk is also used in dueling, as the blade has no edge. It has a very sharp point. Like I said, it's gonna have a fucking Damascene ass point. Well, Damascene ass tip, because the tip is actually gonna be leaf shaped.
Then I guess my question is, what would be count as monstrum weapons in this case?
Well, because see, here's the thing. I can do Gemstone Soul and Teach the Soul. So if I do a metal aspect of gem like Fire Quartz, when she wields said sword, she will just get 1 free AR of armor. 1 AR against metal, which, will be bullets, bolts, most arrowheads that are finally made, swords, that's not very useful. But, that's only metal. That does not count for, claws, teeth, other such things. Horrible gribblies. To protect against Monstrum, I would have to use a diamond for Umbral, but that's still not a catch-all. It would counter many devils, and probably like most like phantom beasts, and what I think. But there still be some things that are outside that. Like it would not protect against a fucking a sea devil's water jet, or the fucking big red's lightning attack. Those are water and aether.
I just think about the bat, like the humanoid bats, or like the griffins in like her region.
Well, like I said, I think I asked the Meg at one point, what monstrum attacks were trying. He said Umbral, and I think that the basic would count for like specifically devils from the Calamity of Devils, and probably some more natural attacks from other monstrum. But as we have seen, monstrums have a wide variety of attacks. So I can only do one gem in the sword.
I think you should do the Umbral just because I feel like that covers the most bases.
Okay.
Also, I think it fits her considering Noctiluca, Ear Mouse,
She is of the
She's
Flying
fighting like a
Foxes,
knight.
and she, you know, has very particular. Okay. Yeah, so I'll stick with the diamond. Let's see here.
Which one was picked?
The diamond against Monstrum. I could still put.
If she's better against people, she always could just get more dodge repair, technically.
Well, no, I'm thinking because I have Teach the Soul, and I could put. I forgot the name of my fucking esoteric all of a sudden. Where is it? Love Iron Without Fear, which means the person who knows this discipline takes one less of shock point and one less of killing damage from any weapon made of metal anyway. It just wouldn't be as good as if I doubled up on with the fire quartz for the metal aspect. Let's see here.
I mean, you might as well spread out if you're doing a weapon that can do has two different forms.
You know what? You're right. I think you're right. That is true.
You're doing a thing.
That is true. Since I am doing two forms, then I'll put the diamond on there, and I'll put Without Love. So she'll only get one AR either way, but it's better. I think you're right, X. Yes, thank you. Let me start making.
It allows it to be versatile because if you make it one way, it means the other form is just kind of a novelty.
Yeah, no, you are right. Well, this is why I was struggling with it because I wasn't sure.
So
I'm gonna make some rolls.
On
here.
the subject of your graces, you ask Dame Blanche about the White Widow, like basically like asking her, "Hey, you seem to know some sorcery stuff, you know. Can I learn some of that?" She rolled graces, by the way, to counter, and she is very polite, but she doesn't get a set that beats your 9s. So she does kind of, a little hem and haw, kind of delicately holds her teacup and says, "It would not be proper completely. Marquess, your lordship, we are neighbors, and I would count your mother among my few friends. So there are some favors I could do in return. But the nature of sorcery versus you, and as you understand it versus how I understand it, is more complicated, and I have never been a particularly strong teacher of it. I can arm you with a little bit of the knowledge I have about how we do practice sorcery. And I believe I can arm you with a knowledge, whether you wish to use the spells yourself or not. I can arm you with the knowledge of some of the things you may have encountered."
To our previous conversation on the other side, I think it is for maybe the help of myself and maybe some others just to understand what part there is rules to, and fortunately for you, for at least when it comes to sorcerer's matters, I'm quite a good student.
He does have student of sorcery. It's a terrible pun.
I don't think I intended a pun.
Well, too bad. You made one.
Too bad.
No, I didn't. I've not comprehended it.
All right. Well, let's see. Let me make sure it's this game. All right. Well, unlock a new tab. But only partially. It's only a partial unlock.
Okay.
You'll notice that most of these are the other two are 2 paragraphs. I've only given you the 1 paragraph. You'll also there's no advantages associated with these yet. You guys haven't found the real shit.
Yeah, this is more of just like I wasn't expecting to like get a lexicon from her. It was more just to like understand what to look for from her.
Yeah, so this I think gives you, basically she would describe the way that sorcery is kind of employed by the Fae as a natural outgrowth of
glamour,
their connection to Sylvanas. And when they're mixing glamours and sorcery inside the other side, inside the country of fairy. She talked about it earlier. She said, "Hey, don't trust animals; those could be fairies in disguise." So there are deeper powers there, but she's not like quite in the position to teach you. But we can arm you with a couple of them. This spell, Aren Darkness,
that was what I was thinking.
Is familiar because she can definitely teach you like how that works mechanically, because you guys got by that one. For the people not looking at the Secret Sorcery tab, Aren Darkness is an intensity 3 spell that creates a dome of mist, fog, or like a rainbow aura, or turns day to night within a large bubble. Anyone attempting to walk through the edge of it takes a -3 penalty to sense rolls.
The funny thing is, when you say day to night, I just think it's that shitty filter they use in some bad movies.
It could look. That's could be what it looks like.
Blue filter.
But
blue.
You make a sense plus direction roll with the 3D penalty. Failure means you get turned around and emerge back out of the fog. Does that resemble anything that's happened to you guys?
Nah, never.
I'm totally imagining the Fey Forest in Rubik's Raptors video.
Oh my god, 100-foot range trip. That's hilarious.
Yes, that's the other basic one she can teach you is Prankster. It's a literal intensity 1 spell. It is like... This one is just here because this is clearly a fairy trick, not a, like, thing that like, normally Veilers would learn this. But yeah, no, fairies could just trip people.
Also, I'll be real with you, I like the idea of being, I can snap my fingers and someone just falls off their horse.
Yeah, no, it's an intensity 1. It's got 100 feet. I believe I counted this one once again as either negatory or minor. It's like a +0. So you just
I kind of like this one just
having
it
becomes downed. They can defend with coordination plus dodge.
As I just basically like mystically pull their leg. Yeah. I've also noticed a thing about the Weaver, considering the talk earlier today. And Shifter, so it's like
I will say I can say this a little. This one's this sorcery, like the spells not so much, but the defining this one in the lore has gone through much. I decided to call it the Weave because of the Weaver, and it kind of go together. Originally, this was also about the Shift or the Shifters, and you may see some points where I call them Weaver Shifters.
Yeah.
So there's definitely like I think this is more of the idea of like not just actively like working with the veil, but also weaving together the kind of like immaterial conceptual stuff that the other side is made of. Like I said, you talked about the other side, and things in the other side aren't usually real. Most of them are projections or images. They are memories, illusions or dreams of things that are things that were things that have not yet come to pass. So
like how I look at it is like if it's to reference a different setting, I think about rules with a capital R.
It's 3.
So there's some Dame Blanche knows a couple more techniques in this area herself.
I understand why she would not if like other ones are more destructive, because even though I will say I have the weird inspiration of the idea of like one day Leslok as an older man just warging into a crow. But that's just a weird idea.
We'll see what happens about what goes on. Like I said,
I'm gonna go buy.
I will. She will say some of these things. She says like she can't teach you the full things because you would have to be initiated in the mysteries, and that is something that like she can't do for you. It's
that's a full
similar to how like we did try to talk about this. Like Inos, did you just buy attunement? Right, you just bought the advantage.
Yes.
Yeah. So like for her, doing this stuff is just like it is what it is.
They're like cantrips to her.
Yeah, like her relationship with Sylvanas is direct. Technically, could be familial. Like I said, we did not get into the Fairy Queen and
we'll do that another time.
We'll do that next session.
Maybe next week.
More lore dumps.
So next week then.
Because next week my plan is, since you guys outlined who you want on the Fogvale trip and kind of where you're going, is I'll probably ask you guys some qualifying questions either over the week or at the start of session. We'll probably have some roleplay stuff where you guys like catch Nicola up on the stuff he missed. Maybe you could joke that Nicola stayed in the sauna too long. He got a cold.
I also still have to meet with Lady White.
Yeah. I do
It's
also
fine.
like Dallas how you keep saying you gotta go, but you keep tuning back in. Go to bed.
It's funny, but I also
ill.
would like to meet with Lady White, but I feel like we're crowning her again, so I'm gonna just give her my gift, my gift, and fucking go.
Technically, you guys can stretch it out over several days.
Yeah.
I'm only meeting
This
her
is
like
like-
this week. This week I'm meeting her.
Yeah,
You guys, I won't be here next week. So
Leslok meets her like 1 week. You wait a week or two. Nicola meets her. You wait another week or two for the next festival.
Mhm.
Because technically, what you're aiming for? God, my own brain notes.
The first
Houses.
the switch over between spring and summer, the bonfire festival.
Flower festival, yeah.
Yeah, flower festival. Yes, it is specifically that time.
is
oh yeah,
yes, early
it's okay.
Janitor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, my marker as my marksman teacher.
Yeah.
All right.
That's like I said. I literally was one of the two reasons I made that NPC. Is that I was like, okay, you wanted a tutor, I'll make sure to get that. And then I wanted to make sure how deep you went to make sure how far she had to go. But for her stat build, she ended up with enough points to go. Hey, spoilers, because you learned it all from her. She has all the way to twin death. She's got all 5 of that shit.
I mean, I assume there is like the fucking Deadeye Sniper Squad to like Death's Eye. Yeah.
So yeah, she like that. Yeah, she's all in. Oh shit, actually. Well, we'll do the scenes next time. This is my last bit of relevance before we get out of here. Well, not before we get out of here because we're still planning on spending some time, though it is almost 1:30.
Research, but yeah, that would take that long.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention. This is actually relevant. I got too into just sitting back and listening to you guys. The Archbishop would have sent a note, probably 2 notes, one to the Marquess, one to Inos, in his capacity as Magister of the Silver Tower.
Oh.
He's gotten the word back. Basically sometime probably late this month or early next month, depending on their travel time, to expect a party of 3 Inquisitors.
Okay, it is time.
They would like to, interview, the young lady kind of actually I think how did I read this in my notes? Basically, like, yeah. I think was it technically Inos who contacted them straight up with input from Lord Gridarvol? Or did you have the Marquess do it?
No, it was Enos. I went through Prisca Ecclesia and Lord Gridarvol.
Yeah, so you with input, contacted it, so they're investigating it. The note from the Archbishop, your Archbishop notes that you can call it the bit.
The bish.
Sorry, I'm just imagining him, straightening his spectacles, being like, well, you can call me the Bish if you like, Sir Logesh.
Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind.
It's perfectly all right with me.
Shame
I'm
damage.
hip. I'm cool. You want to play some b-ball, kids? Rolls up his clerical sleeves. I mentioned this guy knows Thunderfist, so he's gonna fucking ball you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just imagining the fucking Chris in the long ass robes just doing a slam dunk over a night. It's like, oh, I love it.
Logesh, you take 3 points of
I played
shame damage
college
to torso.
ball, don't you know?
I'm sorry, but please tell me about the note that the Archbishop sent before we get to.
So he would include in his note basically that he knows, because he probably saw a copy of the letter as your Archbishop, that Enos didn't phrase this as like hunting for Alestra to be a candidate for sainthood.
Yes.
The Inquisitorius will probably still treat it at some level as that. They're gonna double check.
Yep.
His advice is basically, sorry, I'm just laughing because I'm just imagining how Enos is gonna take it. But his advice is basically, stay honest, stay humble, stay faithful. You'll be fine.
Shit, I can only do one out of those 3 things.
Well,
I know.
you're honest.
That's why I chuckled. I'm like, shit, he's gonna tell Enos to stay humble, stay honest. Like, he's gonna have a problem with one of those 3 things.
Listen, lucky, you should
gonna
be
go
like
well.
being honest. You just
I don't know.
lying by admission doesn't count as dishonesty.
But he would tell you ahead of time the names of who to expect. He also would suggest again to both Inos and the Marquess that if you request it, he can be present. He can make his way down.
I think Inos would probably wouldn't mind. I don't dislike our Archbishop, and we haven't spent a lot of time with him.
I've had some tea with him before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him,
And Konrad's like sent him letters and stuff. Like you guys have gone back and forth a little, but this is a chance to get him in there.
Yes.
But
probably should before
he
summer court,
says
yeah.
that the named Inquisitors will be I'm linking these. Two of these names you don't know. One of them I will say you do. You've got Sister Fritzi, sister or brother Garnick, and returning with a guest starring credit, Sister Islin Ecclesia.
I like that one.
Yeah, wasn't she was the one we met at Weirwind Keep, right?
Yeah, she was at Weirwind.
She was,
Yeah, no, she's the one who
Honestly,
actually
the
turned
only
around. She was the one who turned around Enos's opinion on Inquisitors instead of
honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
I feel like I just don't trust the head Inquisitor because that guy's like.
No, I do not. I still do not like the fucking Witchfinder.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I can tell you this. I think you guys may have rolled some stuff on it, but like he didn't like you. Like you don't know what that vibe was, but you knew there was a vibe there.
No, fuck that. No, but no, Iceland, hell yeah. These other two people, well, we'll see. But
honestly, I don't think I trust the Witchfinders. That's probably what it is.
Well, he is called the Witchfinder General, but yeah, you'll see. The Inquisitorius has, as was discussed when you guys met with Iceland,
Yeah.
the Brotherhood of the Inquisitorius has multifold functions.
Yes. Like I said,
they're technically church cops, but much like in real life, there is a vast difference between like the guys in the homicide squad and the guy who sits in a squad car at the end of the road and gets donuts,
or like land disputes.
Yeah. So no, interesting. Okay, so
What
we're
department are you in? I'm in legal defense.
That means Enos probably will not leave for the Shadow Pass until this has been settled, because he is not leaving Alestra.
Oh, that's fair.
No, I kind of figured we would be on screen for this sort of it.
Yeah.
I should probably just be there, at least in presence.
No, that's probably be fine.
I should at least be there.
You are her
like,
liege lord, so like you have the right.
I should just be there as like a company buddy.
It's one of those things where like it's not like a legal case because they're not accusing her of anything. They're just like, investigating, asking questions, doing normal inquisitorial things. But like, you would have a right to representation of your liege lord because, your life is not your own type shit. So yeah, Leslok can totally be there.
If anything comes up,
shit. That means, I'm sorry, I have decided I am not going to be humble. I'm totally getting the fucking regalia of Dea Tacita, and I am going to bling myself the fuck out.
Oh, hey, it's you being faithful. It's you being faithful.
He's gonna fire it up. Okay, that was the other thing that I fucking wrote all these paragraphs, and I was oh shit.
All right,
roll stuff I forgot to mention. Okay,
could you like the research tabs before we go?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Oh, honestly, we can get a research tab off mic, and we can just mention it.
Oh yeah, fair.
Next
it's
time.
true. We have done all the rolls, so we'll mention it at the start of the next session. Okay. EXP then? Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Recording for fucking 5 hours, so.
I mean,
okay.
I rolled in advance to forge the metal stuff, so.
Nines. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Okay.
9s, 7s, and 2s, because I was doing the action 3 times.
Oh yeah, fair. It's
Yes.
still pretty good for you.
You can do that.
But anyway, that's all I want to say.
Sorry, gifts you can hear. Yes, no. Thank you for mentioning that. All right. Yeah, boy. Okay. EXP. You were all here. Good. I think everybody had pretty good roleplay, except maybe Nicola, who was banished from the conversation.
I was literally not here the entire time.
If he doesn't want to take an extra point, that's his choice. I don't think he needs them.
At least, I remember I wrote notes. At least I'm gonna write right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that both, as usual, both Lucky and Axe wrote out of character notes. I'm pretty sure I had both use for the past week.
Yeah.
For +1.
I didn't write anything in the comments, but I did write in the calendar, and I did write letters.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept written out letters as well. I wasn't sure if you did the dramatis as well, but yes, there's the letters definitely fucking count. Especially like I said, is I I can tell you right now, just because we're separate. Literally that little blur about talking to ask about Wulfric's wedding.
Yep.
She was originally going to pitch that to Leslok, and then literally you sent the letter as I'm like finishing up that one to Leslok from her, and I'm like, oh, so she would have gotten these at the same time. She'll move this. She'll just cut this part out and move it.
Yeah, my brain was a little cooked about it,
because
but
Inos makes himself sound like he's less busy, despite the fact that you made it sound like you were very cool and busy to Princess Estelle.
Maybe I'm trying to sell myself up to one or something like that.
I know, it's funny. Just you better hope that your cousins don't talk about it.
Probably do.
But yes, so that's that block. I don't think anybody's problems came up. I don't think did anybody block out any missions?
I did not, because I feel like the one I was gonna do, like the one I had in mind, just was not worth it, because it's like obtain new sorcery. It's like that's not worth it. For like that's too basic of one.
That's true. You're still shopping. This was a very preppy one, so you can work on a concrete one related to
I'll probably select for the delegation, I think.
Probably a good idea. I did quote the section that mission's supposed to be a specific, concrete, discrete goal.
I'm gonna do
they can be very long term, but they are supposed to be like.
I'm gonna do make a good impression of the people of the valley.
That does seem very, very concrete. Yeah, that's a thing you can measure and can be used to be plussed, and technically I can hold against you.
Yeah, where it's like this would look bad to them, actually.
The -1 die is just me putting on my hater blockers and going, Marquess, that's not very cash money of you.
I'm going to set my mission as resolve. Shit, was it the Smiths?
The Smith boys.
Smith boys.
Yeah, the Smith boys.
Also,
you might just go to like their hideout and just like go fucking say like, hey, you're not allowed here anymore, and like kick their ass.
That's everything. I think we're gonna get out of here. Big boy session full of big boy talk. And we'll see you next time, I guess. Bye, everybody. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye. Goodbye.